Call the meeting to order. Mr. Dene, would you lead us in the pledge?
Yes, sir.
Please
Thank you,
rise,
Mr. Mayor.
put your hand over your heart.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
At this time, we'll observe a moment of silence. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Haschev. Guston. Zadra. Sparaza. George. Kayazi.
Here.
Kishel.
Here. All right, now we will go to public comment under the agenda. County Commissioner Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, honorable council members, Mr. Manager. I will only need 3 minutes, Mr. Mayor, but I am speaking on behalf of 2 other people as well who could not make it here, and they have provided written statements for me to read. The first one is from Commissioner Weber. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members, for allowing Commissioner Jung to read my letter of support for what I believe to be a great project. I'm sorry that I couldn't be there in person with you today, but instead I am with my mom, who will be celebrating her 80th birthday in just a few days. I am in support of the Miracle on Turf, the rebirth of Moana Stadium Fields project, which will help make the community's vision of rebuilt athletic fields at the Moana site a reality. I would like to commend Councilwoman Sparaza and Zadra for their efforts. I believe this is an opportunity for our entire region to come together and literally build a legacy that will benefit our children and grandchildren for many years to come. Although I am in support of the Miracle on Turf, I also realize that there may be other identified plans and uses for the Moana Field. I support the project in theory and look forward to the weekend of June 2nd to 3rd when we can bring our community together in helping make Miracle on Turf a reality. Thank you for your time and consideration. The second person who I'm submitting for is for Scott Freeman, and he wrote, I believe this is an excellent program for the city of Reno. I commend Councilwoman Zadra and Sparaza for their efforts. And finally, I want to lend my support to it, Mr. Mayor and council members. I couldn't think of 2 better councilwomen to lead the charge of the redevelopment of an area that has fallen into blighted conditions. Councilwoman Zadra has transformed Yori Park as well as Ecoloto Park, and Councilwoman Sparaza has really been the impetus and the thrust for the economic redevelopment of Wells Avenue and the transformation there. So I am wholeheartedly in support and will lend any help that I can to make sure that we get to this goal, and I've signed up to do some fundraising as well.
Good,
thank you.
Ted Kuhn.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. For the record, I'm Ted Kuhn, and I'm the chaplain of VFW Post 9211 and the service officer. And my wife is representing the Post Auxiliary, Ladies Auxiliary, and she's the secretary of that auxiliary. And we're here in support of the turf, and Miracle on the Turf. And we had a meeting last night, and it was unanimous agreement that we were in support of it because our property is adjacent to the cities. And so we supported it 100%. And we want to take part in the work that goes on, too, later on. And in the thing, it's community effort, and we want to join in.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Kathleen Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am here on behalf of the I-80 Design Build project. My name is Kathleen Taylor. I'm the Public Information Manager for the project. And I am here to let you know that beginning this weekend, we'll be closing the Wells Avenue on and off ramps eastbound for approximately 5 months. We were going to be here on February 22nd, but because of the weather, we're able to start work a little bit earlier. We have done extensive outreach and worked with stakeholders, including door-to-door noticing of the businesses there. We've worked with the Wells Avenue Merchants Association, the Reno Rodeo, RSCVA, Livestock Event Center, City of Reno staff and the adjacent projects, RTC board, their TAC and their CAC. We're going to all the ward neighborhood advisory boards, and we've worked with the Downtown Merchants Association in addition to our own database and Washoe County database in City of Reno.
Great. Do as good a job on this side as you did the other. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Reverend Butler?
Mr. Mayor, City Manager, this august body of council persons, I merely came by just to say thank you for 20-plus years of support of Ambassador Production. As you know, we collaborate with Park and Recreation Senior Services, and we provide services for the seniors. I would invite all of you council persons, especially you, City Manager Klinger, to go out some Sunday afternoon on every second and fourth Sunday afternoon to Neal Road and just see the joy that you bring to our seniors. We boast of having anywhere from 80 to 100 in each and every event consistently, and just to see the joy that you bring to them. And I just wanted to stop by to say thank you for your continual support.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. William Fisher?
Good morning. I just want you guys to know you did a great job in the museum again. You're really giving the kids in this town something to do. That's a lot. That's a lot. Most cities don't do what our city does for the children. And I think it's a great idea that you two, I'm going to take as least time as I possibly can, because if I took 3 minutes with everybody else, you guys would be here till midnight. Thank you. Please approve the park. God bless you guys.
Thank you very much. Ed Hawkins?
For the record, Ed Hawkins, Ward 4 Chair, NAB. I've come to you today because we have a new Burger King that was opened up back in 14th of December. We've got a bond on it to plant 6-foot shrubs to prevent lighting from going into the windows of 3 homes adjacent to the property. The bond says they will plant the 6-foot shrubs in April. We have weather now. I'd like somebody to put some heat under community development to get these shrubs planted now so we don't disturb these folks anymore. The adjacent property with Quick Stop fuel station's been in place for almost 7 years. There's been no fencing, no planting of shrubs, and we have the same 3 two-story homes that take the brunt of the 24-hour action from this gas station car wash. I would just like to have the community development do something, even though there were no conditions for Quick Stop to put in fencing or shrubs. It's unacceptable that these folks have to live that way, and for 7 years, lights in the second-story windows. And the way we have the weather right now, I can't see it getting any worse. We need to take care of the folks out there in Golden Valley. Thank you.
Mr. Sam Dene?
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government. Sam, that's me, is an Air Force Academy graduate. He spent many years flying fighters and bombers defending our nation against enemies inside of the borders and outside of the borders. And since my airline, Pan American, was blown out of business over Lockerbie by the terrorists, Sam started his new career of attending all of these city council meetings. And Sam loves it when there's a big crowd at the Sam Dene show. I wish I'd brought my guitar now that I think about it. At any rate, Sam has been to every one of these city council meetings, virtually every one, since 1994. Today, I'm going to speak about some controversy that we have going on concerning whether or not we should divert, whatever the word would be, a little bit of money from the Animal Control Center, Humane Society operation taxes, and send them over to the seniors so the seniors can continue having the help that they need. The most important thing about sending the money over there is because we have these matching funds that come in. So if we're talking about $300,000, it actually ends up being over $1 million that goes into that project. So, and I have not heard the Humane Society arguing about this either. The big issue seems to be whether or not to divert those funds. Let me tell you, folks, in my 18 years of watchdogging here, I've seen an awful lot of funds diverted. I won't even go into that because I've only got a minute and a half left to go, but I could spend the next 2 hours talking about diverted funds. The next thing I want to talk about is this attempt to dismantle the fire department. That's what I call it, dismantle the fire department. About 10 years ago, the fire departments were merged together, and they've done a pretty up and walking good job of handling the fires, as we've proven in the last couple of months. We should not cancel that merger. The Washoe County wants to demergerize the fire department, and that is wrong. I also finally want to say something about the vote stealing. Everybody says, oh, there's Sam again, talking about the vote stealing. Well, even this time around, the Reno Gazette regurgitator newspaper, who you never can really trust when it comes to writing about politics, even the Reno Gazette regurgitator news and the rest of the media is questioning this latest thing, this caucus that they just had last week, whether or not that was an honest election. So now Sam is being proven correct. Through the years, I've seen votes being stolen helter-skelter. And the only way we can stop vote stealing is to make vote stealing a capital crime. Anybody caught stealing votes should be tarred and feathered slowly. Then good chortle. Then they should be drawn and quartered. And after they're drawn and quartered, they should be executed. I like that. It's good. At any rate, I think you get my point. There's a lot of vote stealing going on. These folks right here don't even really know if they were legally elected. And I doubt it in some cases, and I won't even name which ones. And I guess chortles all over the place. You guys ought to come to these meetings more often. This is good. This is a good show. No,
Your time's
Mr. Mayor. No, it started up again.
No, it did
I got
not.
more.
I've got that ruler, babe. And Reverend, don't be laughing at his jokes. Okay. Approval of the agenda before we go to that? Yes. Mr. Secretary, I'm going to do a couple of items, then we're going to move one agenda item. Are you here on the turf? I'm going to move that up on the agenda, and then we'll call on you, sir. And Ms. Whalen, if you're here also for that, we'll call you in just a little bit. All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, going to approval of the agenda. Presentation regarding regulations pertaining to smart meters. John Seymour, IBEW. Mr. Seymour has requested this item be pulled because they've worked out their issues. Proclamations, there's none. There's one presentation by the Worth Group. I will be moving item item L4 up before the presentation, and I'll be moving item F1 up before presentations, and then we will have the presentations. Public comment we've had, F1 Lander Street, we will be moving up on the agenda. Yes, L4 and 5 will be heard before presentations. And item F1 will follow that. We will also, item L1, we need to take action again on what we took action again on Monday. We'll do this under item L1 of the joint meeting, and we'll talk about the agenda items that we want.
Yes.
Item 6 o'clock, we have a 6 o'clock hearing tonight on item N1, digital off-premise advertising displays, and that'll be at 6 o'clock. Okay, and at the same time that we'll be doing L4 and 5, we will be doing J2, was that? Okay, it would be J2. Okey doke. Have a motion. Do I have a second? Have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go now in your agenda to item J2, discussion direction to staff potential approval of decommissioning Moana Stadium, authorized potential donation, sale, or salvage of personal property.
So, yeah, Mr. Mayor, we have several elected officials in the audience, so I didn't know if they wanted to speak first.
I want to get this decommission out of the way, then we'll call on the elected
Okay.
officials to speak. So if somebody will give me a motion to approve the decommissioning. I have a motion and second. Any further discussion? Thank you very much for your input. We really appreciate it. It's one of your better presentations.
Mr. Mayor, one quick item, Jeff Mann, Parks, Recreation, Community Services. One of the directions that we need is how we dispose of the personal property, whether you want us to offer it for sale or donation.
I think, Mr. Mayor, at this point, we're going to try, and Councilman Zadra and I have had several meetings. There are some items out at the stadium that are worth money.
Correct.
That we could use towards demolition of the stadium. So I think my preference, Mr. Mayor, if we could move forward with going out and seeing what people are interested in, and if we have no interested bidders, then we should see if we can donate it to the nonprofits or schools or whoever needs it. So that would be my motion.
That's the motion you have. Do I have a second? I have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. That's one of y'all's better presentations since I've been here. I really appreciate that, you guys. And now at this time, we'll go to item L4, and we have some people that would like to speak. I don't know if I'm going to call this guy. Oh, excuse me. He's the Secretary of State. Mr. Ross Miller, would you come forward, please, sir? It's the first time I could ever put him at the bottom of the list if I wanted to. I thought I wouldn't do that, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Ross Miller, Nevada Secretary of State, here on behalf of the Miracle on Turf. I'm here 95% as a parent. I have 3 kids, 5, 3, and just 10 months. They're going to be growing up in the Reno community, going to be active in sports. Having grown up in this region, I think anybody that grew up in this region and has been here a long time will attest to the fact that one of the reasons that makes this region so special is the fact that we put such an emphasis on youth sports, and I think this proposal is a fantastic asset to be able to move that ball forward. The other 5% of the reason that I'm here is because I now sit on the Board of Economic Development, and we know through experience that when businesses are looking to relocate, when they're looking to expand, one of the major factors that they look to is quality of life. This is the type of public-private partnership that I think will go a long ways towards reinforcing this region's status as a premier place to do business, a great place to live, and for that reason, I would urge your support. I know there are a lot of other elected officials out here. This should have broad support for a reason, and we would urge you to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Whalen, do you wish to speak? The treasurer.
Controller, Mr.
Controller,
Mayor.
excuse me.
Wallen.
Controller. Wallen. You know me.
Don't worry, you still can't pronounce my name either, so.
I've got this,
I know. I don't know why they think.
East Texas vocabulary. So
I know,
work
everyone
with me.
thinks that Humpty Dumpty sat on a whale, but he sat on a wall, so that's how you can remember. Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. For the record, I'm Kim Wallen, Nevada State Controller, and I am here to support the Miracle on the Green. I'm not like Secretary of State Ross Miller, who's here 95% for his family and 5% for economic development. I'm here 100% for economic development because as he mentioned, one of the reasons why people come to a state or to a city when they move their business, it's not just for low taxes, it's also for quality of life. And I think that this would be a great addition for the city. I think it's a great thing for people to get behind. And with all of the tragedy that we have experienced in this area in the last 6-7 months, I think this would be something great to pull us all together. And I'm 100% behind it. And if you do something on the 1st and 2nd of June, I've already got staff that have volunteered along with myself to come out and help. So I'm 100% behind it, and I hope you go and approve it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Our Hanson does not wish to speak, but he's in favor of it. I don't know if I'm going to let this guy speak. Skip Daly? Got to poke at you sometime.
You do. Thank you. Skip Daly, representing Assembly District 31 today. And I wanted to just speak here. As I was standing in the back there, they said, speak for all of us, speak for all of us. So I will, on behalf of the Washoe County delegation, if you want to do it that way, say that we're 100% behind moving forward with this type of a project to support the community, the youth, public-private partnerships, all of the things that we say we want to do, including the economic development. So with that, we want to thank the Jessica and Sharon and the rest of the council with post haste, move this, and let's get started. So,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Assemblyman Bobson, you wish to speak? Or you're in favor? Okay. Senator Leslie, in favor for it. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here, guys. Senator Gustafson.
In favor, sir.
In favor. Thank you very much. Assemblyman Smith? What? Assemblywoman? That's you.
Good afternoon, Assemblywoman Debbie Smith. For the record, great idea. Really look forward to participating and showing, everyone what this community can do in a short period of time. I think we need a project like this to bring everyone together, and what the Secretary of State, the Treasurer, Mr. Daley said, I couldn't echo more wholeheartedly. We need more opportunities for our kids. I have grandchildren growing up in the community, and we have so many school children who need these opportunities. But we can incorporate so many things in this. We can bring families out to help. It's a great experience for them to volunteer and bring our building trades together, hopefully, to contribute and get all the elected officials and other community members out there to support. So thank you for bringing the idea forward, and I'll be there to help you how I can.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sam Dene.
Hey. He didn't think I had 2 chances to speak.
Did you already speak on this one?
Sam Dene, the Encyclopedia of Reno Government.
You did it on.
He wanted to know what that clock was up there, and I said that's the Sam Dene, don't give him 1 extra second of freedom of speech clock right there.
No,
that's what it's all about.
I'll give you 2 or 3 seconds over, and that's it. And you're
It's
burning
it,
up some right now.
For those who don't know it, if you can't make it up in time, you can make it up in quantity. At any rate, I'm here. I'm not even sure what this project is, to tell you the truth, other than it sounds like you're going to tear down Moana Stadium. And I'm generally in favor of this whole thing without even knowing about it when I hear you say it's going to be a public-private cooperation situation. And let me tell you, I love those things. I especially love it when the private part takes up the 95%, like the Secretary of State said over there. I like when the private part pays for most of it instead of public money. I just see too much, and when you say public, we're talking about taxes. Although public sounds like it's the regular public, but in this sense, it's the public. At any rate, I'm in favor of this operation. That Moana Stadium's been sitting dormant over there for a long time. And if you can get something going there, that's a good thing. And I saw one of the folks who lives down the street from there came up and spoke in favor of it. And then I heard other people talking about fundraising. Fundraising. I want to tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, for some reason, these folks and the Scientology cult zealots who run this operation seem to think that Sam is a curmudgeon. Maybe at this podium, Sam is a curmudgeon. But in his other life, Sam is one of the greatest entertainers, your extemporaneous entertainers you're ever going to find. I can play a pretty up and walking good guitar, and I've got a repertoire of about 1,000 memorized songs. And my partner, Reno retired police legend Tom Clark, who plays a harmonica and other things in my little band, we put on a pretty good show. So I would highly recommend that maybe these folks won't be so afraid to have Sam get some publicity, and I'll be happy to dedicate as much time as you want that fits into my schedule to entertaining you folks, to entertaining these things and these projects that you have going on. For free. I don't charge for anything I do. She's nodding her head. Look at her. She knows how good I am. She's heard some of my music albums. I'll even dedicate some music albums for silent auctions or things you want to do like that. Anyway, I'm right here telling you, people talk about having these fundraisers. I'm here telling you right now, I'll help you with the fund. Think how many people would pay to come and just see Sam Dene maybe even make a fool of himself.
Mr. Day, they'll accept your offer, but I'm going to accept a $100 bill from you when you have a chance to get it to kick it off. So I'll be coming around for the $100 bill. Isn't that right?
After the first concert.
No, sir. Before. Brian Culpin? Got anything new, Brian?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the council, Mr. Mayor. I'm speaking on behalf of Chris Bart, the president and CEO of the airport, and myself as well as a citizen of Reno. The airport supports the Moana project, and you may wonder why an airport. Anything that enhances the quality of life attracts businesses, it attracts families, and they fill airplane seats. So we like to see that because that benefits, obviously, the economic impact of the entire region. We will be ready with volunteers when they're needed to support the project from the airport. And as a citizen of Reno with 3 young, very athletic, energetic children, anything we can do to give recreational opportunities and help those kids sleep at night for my benefit is a positive thing. So we do support that as well from my family's side too.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Vicky Revere? I'm sorry I messed that up, but an old East Texas boy like me has hard times sometimes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Vicki LaRevere, and I am here as the treasurer of Reno Youth Sports Association. And I have been asked to let you know that Reno Youth Sports will provide partial funding towards this project based upon the vote our board gives us to approve. So we wanted to let you know Reno Youth Sports is very much behind this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mary Kenner? How'd you get off from the governor's office? Did he give you permission to come up here? That's great.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The governor did give me permission to come and is unfortunately sorry that he was not able to attend. He has sent a letter that he's asked me to read. Dear Councilwoman Safraza and members of the Reno City Council, I want to thank you for contacting my office concerning the upcoming parks project in the city of Reno, commemorating the work of our Northern Nevada family and responding to the disastrous events of the last year. I commend your efforts to rejuvenate existing facilities and land in this regard. Please know that you have my personal support in this endeavor. Sincere regards, Brian Sandoval.
Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. Randy Ritter?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Randy Ritter. I'm the president of Great Basin Youth Soccer League. We have close to 4,000 kids playing for us in the spring in GBYSL. GBYSL sees a need to build flat fields for our community. Great Basin Youth Soccer League earmarks a portion of each child's registration to go towards projects like Miracle on Turf. Great Basin Youth Soccer League would be honored to be part of this community project on Miracle on Turf, and will commit $50,000, a donation, to help build these fields. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Wow. Richard J.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, council members, city manager. My name is Richard J. I'm the past president. Much like you guys who face term limits, I faced a term limit myself. So I just kind of wanted to talk on a different point of view, the economic impact, and we heard from the airport official, and that is so true. Looking at one tournament out of 6 that we hold up here, 75 teams traveling from out of state with a roster of 18 kids per team gives us 1,350 kids. Average of 1.5 parents that travel with them, total of 3,500 people traveling to Reno. Average of 3 people per room, 1,200 room nights, 2 nights, that's 2,400 rooms. Assume $50 a night for a total of $120,000 in room revenue, 13% room tax, which I think it's 13%, I'm not sure, correct me if I'm wrong, results in tax of $15,600. That does not count the food being spent here, the fact that little Johnny forgot his cleats and needs to go down to Soccer City and buy a new pair for the tournament, and anything else that's spent. We have big tournaments here in Reno. The Sagebrush Startup in mid-March, Comstock Tournament down in Carson City with over 200 teams down there. State Cup finals will be hosted up here again, and the Nevada Elite Soccer. It is our hope that this project will get forward, moving forward, and we are 100% behind this. We're hoping that this project will also get started and help the aquatics people in the Moana Lane swimming pool. So at this point, as Randy Ritter said, that we are ready to donate $50,000, and we would like to present this check for the amount of $50,000 to kickstart this project. And at this point, I think we have
representatives from the Peppermill and Atlantis here as well, and I don't know if they wanted to come up. They also are going to contribute towards the endeavor.
Good morning, honorable council members, Mr. Mayor. My name is Kimberly Tolkien. I am here on behalf of the Atlantis and CEO John Farahi. We are pleased as punch to contribute $10,000 to this endeavor. We believe in the revitalization of this community project. We do it for the children, we do it for our community, and we're proud to be community sponsors.
Thank you.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Bill Hughes. I'm with the Peppermill, Mr. Mayor, council members. On behalf of the ownership of the Peppermill, we're really pleased to be part of this project. I think it'll be a great addition for Reno. I know the ownership has contributed before to the Little League baseball parks and the Babe Ruth fields down there in the past, and it'll be a nice addition for our cities. So on the behalf of the Peppermill and our ownership, I'd like to present the Great Basin Youth Soccer League $10,000 contribution.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Lucas, I can't read your last name, Lucas. You got to help me out, partner.
For the record, my name is Lucas Ingolstad on behalf of United States Senator Reed. He asked me to attend this and offer his support for the project and encourage cooperation within the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rick Revilio.
I'd like to applaud Jessica for your enthusiasm on this project. I was fortunate enough to play baseball at this great park as a youth. Actually won the state championship there in 1984. What a beautiful field. I was telling Jessica when she asked me about this, just this past June I was there, and I couldn't find my kids because we were at the Little League Park. They said, oh, they're over there at what we refer to as the Silver Sox field. So I had to jump the fence to go find my kids. And as I hit the ground and saw that field over there, it was really sad is the only word I can think of. Such a beautiful, vibrant field to see where it is today. So I want to commend you all for this energy and everybody else, and the Atlantis and Peppermill and everybody else. And I also want to say that Western Nevada Supply will donate all of the in-kind materials, irrigation, sprinkler materials for this project. So thank you for what you're doing.
Mr. Revilio, you didn't jump any fence. I've seen you jump before. Thank you. That's awful nice. Having no other public comment, I'm going to bring it back to the table now. Ms. Fraza, or Ms. Zadra. Ms. Zadra.
This is just such a strong showing. A seed that was planted. Jessica got the idea just a couple of weeks ago, and wow, has it germinated. I mean, we've got an incredible community, and we've got an incredible need. Many of you remember, many of you were here 4 and 5 years ago when we were putting together our Parks and Rec facilities plan. And it certainly identified that we need more flat fields. We certainly need more aquatic services. throughout the area. This particular location at Moana is just crying for some assistance. It's terribly blighted. It's tough on the businesses around there. It certainly is an eyesore for anybody who travels that route. And it's going to happen. I mean, this is not just a dream. This will be reality. And I hope that the council recognizes the opportunity that we have. It certainly was identified within our plan, our facilities plan, as a location that we need to improve the facilities. And the soccer group coming forward with the 50,000 kickstart and the major contributions from business already will be the catalyst to generate a master plan for this 22 acres that will bring multi-generational, multi-services for recreation throughout, for seniors, for veterans, for the youth. Get that swimming operation off the ground. We have an opportunity to partner with major foundations, and the economic impact to our community will just be tremendous. So I really encourage the council to team with the team that's already come through with such enthusiasm. They've embraced it, and the synergy will get us there.
Mr. President.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I do want to thank all the elected officials who came forward. I know we have some judges here too, Judge Gardner and Judge Howard. They aren't allowed to endorse by their judicial rules, but I'm sure in spirit they support the concept. So I wanted to say,
we don't want to kill the project. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honors.
But also, I do want to say I want to thank the Peppermill and the Atlantis and Western Nevada Supply. And I don't know if Scott was going to be here from Reno Media Group, who's going to donate some advertising for us as well. But everyone that I asked, literally, Sharon and I been working on this for less than 2 weeks, and just the community outpouring of support. I mean, everyone has just been fantastic, and we're not going to be able to get this off the ground, Mr. Mayor, without them. And just want to thank all the elected officials who came down to support this. Wow, we're going to need all your help. Staff does, in the staff report, Mr. Mayor, that we already approved, it is going to be costly for demolition, so we've got to be real on those costs. We're hoping to go out by what we approved earlier to get the community, those who are interested in, I would say, for all of us who have been out there, there are some commodities out there, and Mr. Mayor, I'm sure you'll be happy to get on that tractor. We look forward to that. Maybe you and Ross can have a competition on the tractor to take down the grandstands, Mr. Mayor. I think the Secretary of State, didn't you guys make that wager earlier? So, and I do want to thank the BFW as well, who have totally blessed this and jumped on board with this project. But I know we can make this happen and bring this forward, and I think all the tragedy that we've had here in northern Nevada, this event of unity, bringing the community forward to building this park, and in 2 days we're going to have 2 different events, because we can't plant the grass, you guys, until September, because the grass needs to grow. During that time is the best time to plant it. But to get that demolished and to help the aquatic center to get that pool off the ground, I think this is a win-win for our community. And just want to say thank you so much to Great Basin Youth Soccer League and the youth group associations with sports, because they came forward and they have just hit the ground running to go out too and raise money and make this happen. And the 50,000 is going to go a long way. So I'm just hoping we can move forward. Oh, and I see Scott from Reno Media Group as well. I don't know if you want to say anything, Scott, but to move forward with this, I just truly think it's a win-win.
Mr. Mayor, fellow city councilman, I was contacted about a week ago by Jessica.
Identify yourself for the record.
Oh, I'm sorry, Scott Seidenstricker, Reno Media Group, Americom Broadcasting, and Scottcom. I was contacted by Jessica about a week ago, and she ran this idea by me, and I thought, what a great thing. I'm a father. I have 4 kids. They were raised the majority of their lives here. They participated in sports, and I think it's a great project. I also believe that with the fires that we've had, the number of homes that we've lost, the other news that we've had over the last 8 or 9 months on CNN more times than not favorable towards Reno, that it is time to bring the community together. And that really kind of caught my ear when Jessica was telling me what she believed we could do with this. So I'm here to say that on behalf of our 7 radio stations that we will donate whatever public service time is necessary. We'll have radio stations on site. We'll bring in national advertisers to provide water, coffee, food, whatever's necessary for the volunteers to come out there, and we'll work with whoever the council deems appropriate in coming upon getting the volunteers necessary from the community to do the labor.
It's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for helping us. I did overlook one individual for public comment. Judge Safraza, do you have something to say?
Did I leave him out the judge list? I might be in big trouble when I get home later. I'm sorry, Dad. So
I called him, man. He didn't step up, so he's with all the judges. That's good. Thank y'all very much. All right. Any other public comment? Don't have any. We'll bring it back to the table.
Mr. Mayor, I'd go ahead and make a motion. I think this is a 3-pronged motion based on what we did on the J2 staff report, but to have staff move forward, obviously, and get the bids on the items out there. Also to get a firm cost on the demolition of the site, but also to help move forward with Great Basin Youth Soccer, to get fields built, find out what permits we need, the tapping into the water line, basically all the logistics to move forward with the field. Looking to staff to see if I'm leaving anything else out. Legal's making me a little nervous over there, so want to make sure I'm incorporating everything in my motion.
From legal standpoint, your motion is perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So I don't know if I need anything else, Mr. City Manager. And then also, just to make a plea to the community to help us out in this endeavor and keep those donations flowing so we can get the Field of Dreams, this Miracle on Turf going. So.
And I would add to that, just a second for sure, and I would add to that we even have an opportunity. I got this idea at my NAB earlier last week, when they were presenting some artwork that'll be at the McCarran interchange for the new freeway piece that we're doing. And it's reutilizing some of the artwork that was at the RSCVA, the Taba Turbine, and that artwork that was in front that didn't function there. And there's a lot of metal left. And I'm wondering if staff could take a look at that remaining material that came from all of that gridding that was there and create either a majestic entrance to this new park or the fence along Moana, give us some kind of a decorative fence with these supplies and reuse that artwork that was at the RSCVA right across from that neighborhood and reutilize it and put it to good use at Moana Stadium as well.
That'd be good. That's great.
Any other comments? Yes, Mr. Dortch.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a clarification, and I think this is great as we move through this. But I would assume that in the motion that staff would bring back the kind of a plan. I mean, this just gives staff the ability to go out and put everything together and bring back how this is going to.
There's really the idea that we need a master plan for that 22 acres, and this will be the catalyst to kick that off.
Yeah, because they bring back the plan and the timeline and costs and all that to us as they work through this.
So yeah, we're shooting for the September, so it's got to move quickly. And I believe we have SHPO that we have to get permission from because it's slightly over 50 years. So we've got to get the historic preservation, state historic preservation to allow us to demolish that building. So, and then staff told me it's 2 months for the process that would come back to us on actually getting the bids, going out to bids and getting those all back. So we need to have potentially how much we're going to generate from that and also identify some other funding sources as well.
Because we wouldn't actually be able to go out to demolition until we identify the funds to demo that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Any other comments? Mr. Asher?
No, the only thing I would do is thank Councilpersons Faraz and Zadra for obviously bringing this forward. I think it's a great idea to get the community behind
renovating those fields. And the only thing I would add is maybe have the city manager, and we've got some RTC money, that may be maybe an opportunity to use some of those funds, to, at least at matching funds, to jumpstart the project.
Yeah. Well, I go a long way back with soccer. My wife started the soccer in Reno, Nevada with the YMCA many years ago, and tied in with Meadow Gold Dairy, Tommy Bayhand and stuff. So this is very exciting to me. So we go forward from here. Mr. Guston, do you have something? Mr. Azzy, you got anything? You look good with your hat on down there. You look like you could play a little soccer. That's my comment. All right. All right, I have a motion, second on the table. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously.
Can we do L5 real quick,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor? City Attorney's Office.
It's resolution number 7660, resolution donating $5,000 from city council donation funds to the Great Basin Youth Soccer League for Miracle on Turf, the rebirth of Moana Stadium Fields.
Move to adopt.
I have a motion, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. All right.
F1?
Well, I'm going to do something first. Approval of the minutes for January 18th and 25th. I have a motion, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries. Cash disbursements, January 15th and January 28th. Chair will entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Yeah. All right. Before I call for the vote, do we have any disclosures? Mr.
No,
Guston?
no disclosure.
Mr. Ashef? No. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we'll go to item F1.
Mr. Mayor, just before this item is heard today, I, like maybe some of the other council members, want to make a disclosure. I disclose to the public to just tell them that I do attend church there. I have had a daughter that graduated from the school probably about 20-plus years ago, and that's my only affiliation. I would go on to say that I have no financial interest in this transaction. I've not received a gift or loan relating to this matter. I have no facts demonstrating that a vote on this matter would reasonably be affected by a commitment in a private capacity to an immediate family member, friend, or business associate. And finally, I have not made up my mind yet and will consider all evidence presented on this item, even though I've talked to people on both sides of the issue, extensive phone calls with the presenters that are going to be here this morning, talked to city staff, but my decision will be made when I hear all the evidence. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor?
You want to go?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, it's the same disclosure. I've attended church there. It's not my parish, but I have attended church there. But same disclosures as Mr. Guston.
Same disclosures, Mr. Guston. I won't repeat them all for the record, Mr. Mayor. In addition, or with the exception that I did go to school there as to elementary school and also go to church, Lady of the Snows.
Ms. President?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, my abstention is, I'm sorry, disclosure, I'm not abstaining, is not similar in the fact that my cousin Allison Wong did sign a letter or petition in opposition that I'm aware of to the proposed abandonment. I have no financial interest in this transaction, have not received a gift or a loan, and I have no facts demonstrating that I cannot be objective on this, and will make up my mind and listen to all the facts during the public hearing. So I'm just disclosing that information.
Ms. Zadra?
Mr. Mayor, I have no disclosures to make at all, other than I've talked to residents that are both for and against, as well as the applicant. I've not received an offer of any sort, loan or gift, and I will make my decision based on the testimony that we hear today.
I will make the same disclosure as Mr. Guston, but I do want to say that I do have a granddaughter that goes to school there, and I do go to church there. And I have not made up my mind. and we'll consider all the evidence present. Before we have any presentations, I have a lot of people that want to speak or not speak.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I don't have any connection at all to this church.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Dave, hats off to you.
Yeah, hats off to you. I have 18 people that are in favor that do not wish to speak. They will be entered into the record. I have 7 people that are in favor that wish to speak. I have 10 that do not wish to speak, and they're in opposition. And I have 18 that wish to speak, and they're in opposition. So I will start off and call the first people to speak with people. We'll go with the opposition first. Harold Lucas. If you hear somebody that's already said something, let's try to hold it down, or we'll be here till midnight. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Identify yourself for the record.
Harold Lucas. I own 2 houses on Walker and Lander, right across from the school, right across from the church. This issue keeps coming up. It's bothering our neighborhood. We need to just all step back and say, enough is enough. We've been imposed upon by the church and the school long enough. The only solution is the school has to move. It's in a land area that's too small for the school. Now, about 10 years ago, my son was attending Minogue, and he graduated the last class out of the Minogue campus. And he and I were part of the group that raised funds for the new school. He never attended it, but we still loved that school because we got involved. We loved it. It gave us a purpose, not the rotten thing that's going on here, which is covet thy neighbor's goods. What are you teaching these kids? What are you teaching them? You're teaching them, this is the Bible. It says don't take people's goods, but this is what we do. Now, how can we keep this up? It's got to stop. And that's all I've got to say. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Florence Lucas. Florence Lucas is in opposition. Do you wish to speak? Come on.
For the record, my name is Florence Lucas. We own property at Walker and Lander. And over the years, 2.5 weeks ago, my tenant was driving in after a day's work. She wanted to pull into the driveway at 1045 Lander. She beeped, not in a malicious way, but to let the car know that was blocking move. The woman told her with hand signals she was number 1 and didn't move. My mother and my aunts would never have treated anybody like this. I am a product of Catholic schools. They do not respect our little neighborhood. That's okay. They need to move. Move, have a beautiful new school with all the right equipment. Enjoy it. Have fields if you want. Move in front of Minogue. Go cut down the cheatgrass. Build a beautiful building. But don't, like an octopus, keep taking incremental parts of the neighborhood. Next, it's going to be Wright Street. We need to stop, breathe, and move. Love you.
Thank you. John Cohen?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. John Cowan. And I'm not in favor of this. I'm a resident of the area, and there's just a few things that I wanted to bring up. It sets a dangerous precedent to use abandonment as a method to acquire public street property for our own gain. The city has already spent money for safety and parking issues in this area, and this money would indeed be wasted if new plans are put into order without comprehensive planning. I think it's important that the city staff has recommended that the Reno City Council deny the request, citing increased traffic concerns and parking issues. And I know that there are concerns on the part of the Reno Police, which they've expressed concern about, particularly on the west side of Plumas Park. It might generate additional calls for parking violations and pedestrian vehicle incidents as park users are forced to find parking within adjacent residential neighborhoods. This will also come up for the church as well, as there are 51 parking spots that are currently in that area that have been developed, I'm sure, by the city. We've already spent money to do this. And those spots will be lost. Cars trying to get to Plumas and Arlington will be rerouted, and those will go throughout the neighborhood, north and south of Plumas Park, increasing noise and safety concerns. There are some child safety issues, but we believe that they're generated possibly by the parking that's going on just before pickup and leaving, picking the kids up from school. There will also be safety issues for the Mount Rose School, we believe, in that there will be increased traffic on those side streets that will go down towards Mount Rose School. Children involved in youth soccer leagues, and we've heard a lot about that this morning, heavily use that park. If anything, there's been very little improvement to the grass structures in that park, and this is a well-used park on behalf of a lot of the neighbors. Also, people come in from out of the area to do youth soccer leagues. Property values may decrease if current neighborhood residents leave the area due to traffic, increased noise, and lack of parking for guests. And finally, just comprehensive planning is important. We've actually heard a lot about that this morning, and we'd like there to be some comprehensive planning with respect to what's going on in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Elizabeth Brandman? Brandman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Reno City Council members. I'm Liz Brayman, and I own the property contiguous to Snow's, 1203 Lander, the rock house with the beautiful window. When I was 13 years old and went to Billinghurst, I used to look at it and say, gee, isn't that pretty? I am here in opposition to the abandonment for many, many reasons, and I think one of the things, Snow's has been an icon in the very fabric of Reno in the Old Southwest. Many people over the years are related to or know Snow's, as evidenced by the City Council acknowledgments today. My own stepmother, the late Jan Savage Brayman, was an avid parishioner, as were her family, the Rosascos. The problem that we have on not only with the things you're hearing is that OLS has received great privilege. It is a very powerful parish. It's a wonderful parish. It's part of that neighborhood. But they already closed the street during recesses, and they've had a partial abandonment. They chose to enlarge their location rather than finding a new home, such as Minogue did and other schools have. It is a wonderful area. I purchased my property as part of my retirement. I, like so many others in this room, are part of the private sector. I have no pension. I had to figure out ways to create a pension. Part of that was buying this beautiful house because it was in a wonderful neighborhood, and part of the reason I purchased it is because it was next to Snow's, because I felt that was a real plus. What has happened over the last 20 years since I purchased was that the parish has grown because it's a wonderful parish, as evidenced by the 2,300 members that we have. So when the attorneys, Mr. Gordon, I believe, sent his letter in to talk about the 100-plus emails that were received in favor of abandonment, 100 people of that parish is not even 5% of the parish. Many of the parishioners and children that go to the school don't even live in the neighborhood. It doesn't affect them except for the time they drop off and pick up. But for those of us in the neighborhood and the residents that live there, it becomes a huge issue. And to try to close that part of the street that people walk on, people go back and forth on, is a huge, huge interruption for fire, for safety. The new building, while handsome, bears down on my house, too. The other concern I have is the marketability of my property and the values of the properties. For those that own, we know when these kinds of things happen, it will push property values down, and we really want to continue to improve the values of properties. Only 4 people showed up at the January 25th meeting in opposition because there was some confusion, and that probably shouldn't have happened. But for OLS Snows, she has lived in harmony with this neighborhood. I would hate to see that them not to respect the neighbors' wishes would be a legacy that they would want to live with when it is a wonderful parish. I thank you very much.
George Swainston.
For the record, my name is George Swainston. I'm also a part of this neighborhood fabric, and it's to reiterate basically one of the things that have been talked about on numerous occasions this afternoon, and definitely came up in the proposal meeting that they proposed to shut down this section of the street. It's the impact of not only the traffic, but they're saying the safety of the children on Lander Street. To me, there's a far greater disadvantage to closing that section of the street down because it's utilized very regularly by the parishioners, by the parents, by numerous people. And on off times, I'm definitely one of the people that uses that park on a regular basis, daily, twice a day. And it's really one of those things where the Old Southwest to me is a network and a kind of a really closely knit community. And to me, it's one of the few neighborhoods that truly is a neighborhood. I can go down the street and name off over 60% of my neighbors by name and know who they are, what they've done, what their lives are about. And with this idea of basically slowly encroaching on, a public land, and the city just deciding to say, okay, well, this has got to be a good idea because of the safety of the children. I think it's actually more of a detriment to the children with the current plan that they have in place without really logically thinking through what is really the viable impact. What is really going to happen when you shut down that section of the street? It hasn't been brought to the attention of the council. That is one of the few streets that goes from California Avenue all the way to Plum. It is utilized by various different groups, pedestrians, bicyclists. I personally use it when, if I want to bypass the traffic of Arlington and Plum, or Plumas, it is, it's my alternate route. And somebody asked me, well, what about all the stop signs? It pales in comparison to, the increased traffic levels of those 2 major streets, which is just going to continue to grow. I don't necessarily even have a problem with, the suggestion of we want to have the safety of our children. I wanted to actually have a thought-out methodology. They did take out their own playground equipment to expand their school. Fine. That's, completely their business. But they do have space where they can put in another playground, which they're choosing not to. And they're saying, no, that's going to be, parking for teachers. That's going to be parking for their employees. It's really not a very well thought out methodology. Because what happens next when they go, oh, well, we don't have enough parking. Well, we're going to expand the school again because, of course, it's a huge church. It's growing. I know quite a few people that go to the church. They're wonderful people. I hear it's a wonderful education system. And if I had kids, I would probably want my kid, and I was part of that faith, I would want my child to go there for, obvious reasons. But with the way they're handling this entire situation, has really been kind of almost a David versus Goliath type situation where we're coming in and saying, okay, well, we're going to abandon the street because we can. And I have 152 signatures of local people in that area saying, we're very much opposed to this closure. which I don't think we can say that there's been that many occasions that you see 152 residents of a small knit community of Reno coming together saying, we don't want this.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much. Monica Peterson?
My name is Monica Peterson, and I'm going to be reading a letter from a Reno citizen that couldn't attend the meeting today. My name is Robin Carlson, and I am sending my comments to you related to the abandonment of Lander Street, the 16,674 square feet area in question, as petitioned by the Our Lady of the Snows School Church. I currently own 2 properties in the neighborhood that will be directly affected by this decision: 1309 Wright Street and 1232 South Arlington Avenue. Additionally, I work at Mount Rose Elementary School, located directly 1 block north of the Lander Street acquisition in question. It is my request as a property owner in this neighborhood that my vote reflects not being in favor of this proposed change closure of Lander Street. The streets that would remain for use in this area should the Lander Street section be closed off are extremely narrow in their current existence, making it difficult for cars to currently pass safely. Closing Lander would needlessly increase the traffic on these already congested streets. Additionally, the property mentioned above, in which I currently reside, has no driveway or off-street parking. As a result, when the church holds activities, the parking by those participants often prohibits me from parking within blocks of my residence, resulting in my inability to shop, park, and unload my vehicle within blocks of my home. I am a single woman, and at times I am faced with walking blocks to my home in the darkness of night because of church activities and the already non-existent parking available to church members. These church activities encourage parking in the street side spaces currently available to me at my residence because there is already a lack of parking for their participants. Taking away the parking that is currently available on Lander Street for the church just doesn't make sense, no matter the reason. Additionally, the school in which I work at, Mount Rose Elementary School, has no parking lot. Teachers, parents, and volunteers are forced to park on the spaces currently available to us on the street. If the parking that is presently available to the Our Lady of the Snows School is eliminated, the parking that is currently available to the Mount Rose School will be greatly affected as well. I personally feel that all the congestion that currently exists in this neighborhood affects the safety of all children that attend both of the above school and mentioned. In closing, I once again wish to state that I strongly oppose the proposed closure of Lander Street regardless of the proposed reasoning. Additionally, I am extremely frustrated that the email address made available to the public for response was not available or in actual existence for public response. I tried to send my comments in via the address publicly addressed for me to do so without success. I therefore needed to find someone who was able to attend this meeting to deliver my opinion. In my opinion, this reflects poor form. I wish to thank you in advance for the consideration of my viewpoint as a multi-property owner and an employee in this neighborhood, even though I am unable to attend this city meeting due to my obligations as a Washoe County school teacher. Sincerely, Robin L. Clarkson.
Thank you very much. Roger Best?
My name is Roger Best. I live at 1217 Humboldt Street, about 300 feet from Plumas Park and several hundred feet from the school in question. And Mayor Cashel and council members, I hope that you will oppose this proposition by OLS to abandon the section of street. And so far, the previous speakers have gone over almost any of the specifics that I could think of, and as you've no doubt noted, there are a bunch of them. My particular concerns are two. The first of which is, I'm a retired school teacher. I have a little bit of a pension, but it doesn't go far enough in these days of escalating prices and recession and so forth. And I'm really scared about my property values. I found out a couple of weeks ago that I'm now underwater on my house after having put a couple $100,000 into it. And I'm not really interested in seeing my property values go down any further. And I'm also kind of concerned about this possible gift of public property to, not just for the welfare of the general public, which is understandable, but for the welfare of a very specific group that not everybody can be a part of for whatever reason. And I think it's an exceedingly bad precedent and goes against all the things we stand for as basically as Americans. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. John Oberstar?
Thank you, John Oberster, and I live at 1039 Humboldt Street, where I am already severely impacted by the recess noise that the children make every day during the school year at the Plumas Park. And I made several requests to both the city and the church to see hard copy evidence of what the church has been paying to the city for the use of that park over the last several years. And I'd like to see that now, if I could, and have the clock stopped for a moment.
The clock's not going to stop.
Can I get the paperwork?
If we have this, somebody has the paperwork. Did you request the paperwork ahead
Several
of time?
times last week to both the city and the church. What's your question? I want to know how much the church pays to rent the park so that their children can recess there at 110 decibels. No, I want to see it. We'll get to it later on. The fact that it isn't here immediately makes me very suspicious. And I don't think they pay enough, probably. So let me start my presentation. As a recovering Catholic who actually attended Our Lady of Snows as a child, my knee-jerk reaction to this was not just no, but heavens no. After hearing the very nice gentleman explain their plan at an earlier meeting, I decided to give it a fair hearing. In fact, I'd like to see a more formal debate on this issue, Mr. Mayor, where one side presents its argument, A, B, C, D, and then the opposition must respond to each specific point, A, B, C, D, and so on, according to the formal rules of debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Shields. Speech 101, Reno High, 1972. Now, as the Catholic Church continues to acquire private residences in the neighborhood, including a beautiful home right across the street from me, property my aunt used to own, the property tax income to the city and the county will continue to suffer. So their encroachment is already, they do a lot of good. I talked to my brother about this. He owns the house. And the Catholic Church does do a lot of good in spite of some of the harm that they have done. But the good that they do is somewhat outweighed, lessened by the loss in income from the property taxes. So I'm not dead set against this issue, but I think we need to have more time to discuss a lot of things that have to do with giving away public lands to private corporations, for example, grazing rights, mineral rights, oil leases. So I'm not dead set against this thing, but their current plan that they have does not address the traffic flow. I saw it, so I'm on the line there, but I just wanted to bring up those other issues. Thank you.
Appreciate it very much. Scott Hall, do you have anything new? All right. Do you want to speak or do you want to? Thank you very much, sir. Ashley Hunsaker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ashley, and I am here representing my class at Mount Rose Elementary School, who are now watching the session. Our class has come up with several issues, and many have been sent to City Council previously. We have several safety concerns at our own school, and closing Lander puts an even greater risk on our students. Here's a few of the issues what my classes wanted me to present. The loss of parking spaces for everyone. If the road is blocked off, this will change access, and people will have to go around. Access to the park by the public is limited, blocking off the crosswalks for kids walking home. Traffic patterns will change and cause more congestion, and, as a class, we want to know what is the intended usage of the abandoned street. We would like to ask that you consider all students in the neighborhood and the neighborhood kids who live here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being here. Teresa Hunsaker. You got a tough act to follow.
It's my daughter.
I knew that.
My name is Teresa Hunsaker, and I am a parent as well as a neighbor, and I don't have all the, the correct things to say. I'm not an eloquent speaker, so, but I am a parent of, like I said, of 4 kids, and I am concerned about safety. And at Mount Rose, we've worked with Detective Cloud, trying to resolve some issues that we have at Mount Rose, so I understand the safety and how hard that is. I know that when it was closed during that couple months when they were doing construction, we saw double parking in the crosswalks over at Mount Rose, at Lady of the Snows, as well as we saw more congestion at Mount Rose, one being where we have kids who, or parents who park in the red and then back up into the crosswalk. And so I got involved because my daughter was one of those that almost got hit where I was pounding on the car. We have tried to put cones up at Mount Rose, and so I understand these safety issues. I also am, I live at 1019 Lander Street in the old Lander Street grocery store. And so I'm right there. I'm impacted between the two. And we knew when we bought the house that we would be impacted. But as I have gone through this, we've dealt with, when there's things at the church, people park in front of our house and we can't always find parking ourselves, or when we have Christmas, people coming over have to drop the food off and then go find somewhere else to park. So I understand that, and we've dealt with that. But I've also watched the neighborhood the last couple of weeks, and the proposed having the parking go down the street and then put more parking spaces in on Walker. People already do that. That's not, you're not creating more parking space by doing that, but it is one of those things where they park in the park in the spaces, and they aren't parking. I went and checked even this Sunday, and they're not parking in their church parking, the one that's closed off. That's what they were saying was they were going to try and do. So it does still impact it. They were still on my street. And I've lived there almost 10 years. And my biggest issue with this whole thing is I hate this push and pull of the neighborhood versus church. I think that this should have been brought up where we could have met together first and say we have safety concerns. And I wish that as we go forward from this point, that as neighbors and the church, that we can do this without this big tug of war that I haven't always been involved in. But I would like to see that change where we can come up with ideas together and do that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Heather Lee, do you have anything else to say? Because we're starting to repeat ourselves. It's fine, though. We'll listen.
My name's Heather Lee, and I'm here on behalf of those of us who rent in this neighborhood. This part of Reno is such an absolute pearl, and I just think what's facing you is really important. This park is a hub of this neighborhood. I've never lived in a neighborhood like this before, where this park is so well used from every side. We already have some traffic issues, as you've heard, but I really agree with the previous speaker who said that there needs to be some comprehensive, big picture at looking at this project and any project that comes up in this neighborhood, because it's such a valuable place. There's tours of our neighborhood. So even those of us who don't own homes here, we encourage you to consider voting no on this proposal. Thank you.
Don Guston? Anything new?
Yes.
Good.
Good afternoon. My name's Dawn Guston. I'm here as a business owner, a resident. I came home from St. Mary's Hospital to 741 Lander Street. My father built the house behind that house so my grandparents could live there. I believe with the development on California that we're now instituting all the wonderful neighborhood stores and afternoon walks, wine walks. There's the traffic between California and Plumgate. Lander Street is an incredibly important artery. I travel that street daily. I have clients in the neighborhood. I have friends in the neighborhood. I use the park. I use the park to work out weekly, if not daily. And I went to BDB. I was a bee. And I visited Miss Hunsaker's house probably just about every day after school because that was the candy store. I'm very, pickles were good, yes. I'm very vested emotionally in this neighborhood. It is a pearl. That is a great description. There's no other neighborhood like it. I avoid Arlington and Plumas. I use Lander Street. You can't use Humboldt. It's not a through street. Wright's not a through street. I am concerned about the property that the church is acquiring and what they're going to do with it. I don't think they have a comprehensive plan. I think their plan is just to acquire what they can and take over. In 2002, I spoke with somebody at the city who told me there was over, I believe, $100,000 to put into that park. They had taken down the play structure that was there, fenced it off. My daughter was 3 years old. We had nowhere to play. He told me there was going to be new rubber basketball courts, tennis courts. Well, somewhere along the line, near where the play street was created, those funds were diverted, and God knows where they went. But since then, we have used that park. I play volleyball with my daughter. I play basketball with my daughter. We throw the baseball. We throw the frisbee. We need that park. It cannot be encroached upon anymore. I alter my workouts when the kids are there because I don't want to be in their space. But I'm one of the good people. I'm not one of the, hobos that are sleeping in the park. I'm probably somebody that they want in the neighborhood. But I avoid being near them when they're playing. It does impact my day, and I want to stop. I love the church being there. I think they've outgrown the neighborhood. I think if they have two viable business going on in one small city block, I think it's just too much. If they take away that parking, it's going to be, it's the neighborhood, the kids will be, it'll be more dangerous than, thank you for listening.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Ms. Guston, just for total transparency.
Yes, I have no relation to Mr. Guston. My husband just happens to have the same last name. Thank you.
And we had
you're very
we've never
fortunate.
met before.
I think we have met before. I think you knew my mom, but it's strictly a neighborhood thing, no formal connection.
You're a very fortunate young lady.
Knowing me?
For not knowing you. Betty Dodson, you have anything new or the same? No, sure, you can speak. I just didn't know if you had something new.
I am going to speak first on behalf of the Save Lander Street Coalition, and then I just want to add a few comments of my own, if I may. So I may go over the 3 minutes, but I will do my best.
No, you won't go over the 3 minutes, but we'll give you the time.
Thank you so much. I appreciate. And in greeting to all of you, Mayor Cashel and members of the Reno City Council. Can you hear me okay? Because I have a terrible voice. Okay. The Save Lander Street Coalition is highly opposed to Our Lady of Snow's request to abandon Lander Street between Walker and Monroe, citing child safety concerns during drop-off, pickup, and recesses at Plumas Park. Closure of Lander Street will result in the loss of 51-plus parking spaces, serving both the school, the church, and the public who mainly utilizes Plumas Park. Reno Municipal Code requires the City Council to determine that the public will not be materially injured in order to find in favor of an abandonment request. The public in this instance includes the users of Lander Street who come from all over Reno to enjoy activities at Plumas Park, neighbors representing the tenants and property owners, bicyclists and drivers who use Lander to avoid the traffic on Arlington and Plumas, OLS parishioners who utilize all of these parking spaces during Sunday Mass, and most importantly, the children participating in the Youth Soccer League and other Plumas Park programs, the children who walk to Mount Rose Elementary School and the children attending OLS Parochial School. The Lander Street proposal, abandonment proposal, is very contentious, and closing it does not offer any guarantee that child safety conditions will improve. However, there are other solutions to the traffic child safety issues that do not entail abandonment of a street. And I'd like to present some of these recommendations on behalf of the coalition. First of all, for city staff consideration, I think that it would be great for them to establish an official no parking zone on Lander between Walker and Monroe Streets from 7:30 a.m. to 3:30 p.m. on school days. I had an opportunity to see that this is indeed a dangerous situation. This would eliminate the dangers associated with angled parking currently utilized by OLS parents when dropping off their children. It also saves the current parking spaces during other times for use by the churchgoers and Plumas Park participants. Another option is to close Lander Street between Walker and Monroe with a gate or heavy chain when school is in session. This is something that has been occurring in years past and has not been met with local opposition or neighborhood opposition to my awareness. One thing that would definitely, oh boy, four-way stops at Walker and Monroe. The school could do some things such as designated drop-off zones. They could identify a waiting parking area for the parents. The school and parish staff could park elsewhere. They could convert the parking lot on the corner of Monroe.
Sorry, but I'm going to have to eliminate your time now, because if not, I've got to go back and give everybody else that wants to go over or anybody else coming up. Thank you very much for your input.
I thought you would give me a moment to express my own personal concerns.
I've already given you your 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
I'm so sorry. You do have a written comment, this in writing. I do hope and do request that the city council
Thank you very
read
much.
those. Thank you.
Lance Laddegraf.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. My name is Lance Van Laddegraf. I was assistant city attorney in 1980-81 with Robert Van Wagener and Louis Test. I live at 565 West Arroyo. I have an office at Lander Street near California. I walk, bicycle, and drive through this neighborhood and down Lander Street every day of the week. Not doing each every day, but using all different types of transportation. As a matter of fact, the closure of Lander Street has already occurred on temporary basis by little ropes being put off, and so I've driven around, but I can walk through or bike through when the ropes are up for vehicles. I observe, as a matter of fact, that it's the parents of the students who cause the traffic hazards in their method of drop-off and pickup of their children, and not other members of the public, and the school would be better served by educating their own members and users to park better and to better recognize the safety of their children. There was an experiment in the last few months where Lander Street was closed off. And so the parents who turn off of Plumas, coming south, going west, approach Lander Street, and they park along the side, and then they start double parking along the side. Then they come down Monroe from Arlington, and they park along the side of Monroe. So we have all of these vehicles now blocking traffic on Monroe. I have seen this. The children then try to cross those streets, which are not as safe as Lander Street is right in front of the school. I do not know what the school proposes for drop-off and pickup for children, but Wright Street will not work. It is already too narrow if the parking is there as it is now for two vehicles to pass one another. So there's no opportunity to the west. The city attorney will inform you that under NRS 116.060, the ownership of our streets is vested in the public for the uses intended as they are dedicated streets. You, as our stewards, as our city council, are charged to decide whether an abandonment would only occur if you're satisfied that the public will not be materially injured by the proposed abandonment. City of Reno versus Wells. City attorney knows the case. The staff report indicates the purpose of this abandonment is to enhance safety of the children in drop-off and pickup. I've already seen the street closed off. It did the opposite. It's a specific fact which we've observed. There are 24 spaces which abut the park side and 24 or so spaces that abut the church side. All 48 of those will no longer be available for use for church or school, impacting our neighborhood adversely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dennis Whiters?
Yeah, it's Dennis Wittes.
Wittes?
W-I-T-T-I-S. Mr. Mayor, may it please the council, I've lived in the neighborhood for 32 years and use that park twice a day, every day. It is an awesome park. It is something that draws the city, the people to that area, and is used by probably 300 or 400 people every day. This is not the school, and I reluctantly speak against the proposition. You know, we all love OLS. It's a beautiful church. Every time I've attended a service there, I've been blessed. I love to see the church school there. But, you know, one of the things that we haven't talked about is some of the alternatives, which wouldn't involve abandonment, and which, you know, one of the folks was getting into. We don't need to give up this property. And the new idea that I'd like to bring is the issue of creep, the nose of the camel. We abandoned that street. It's not like a temporary deal. It's not like we're going to get that thing back in 5 years. They're going to put fences up around it no matter what is said today. And I don't even really know what they're going to say today. But there's going to be fences put up around that area. And for safety. You got to have it for safety, not just the traffic. But they're going to turn it into a playground. They're going to put turf down, and it's going to be fenced for the safety of the children. Then, where do those people park? People have beat that into the ground, but it's awesome to see all the cars there on Saturday Mass, Sunday, and through the school, you know, during the school week. I will tell you that to force those people in those cars into the neighborhood is real, okay? But the idea of creep, the long-term vision, you know, we got to make decisions today, not just what is going on today, but what we can reasonably anticipate will be 3 or 5 years from now. You know it's going to be back. Those 3 sections of the park, that upper section, okay, that will be a perfect expansion for the church to expand there. And then the next level of the park would be a perfect spot to, hey, where are we going to put all these cars in 3 to 5 years when we know that there's no more space? We're going to turn that top part of that park, Plumas Park, into a parking lot, half parking lot and half, you know, a workout field for the church. And I will tell you that that is just inappropriate. All of us in the area need to be able to access that area. And no matter what the plans proposed, and we don't even really know what they are at this point, whatever those plans are today, please look forward to what can reasonably be expected in 3 or 5 years when we're no longer around. We've all been term limited out or whatever, and then the church is back asking for more. I just ask you to please investigate the alternatives. There's a way to keep these kids safe and maintain the park for the rest of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jamie Anderson? Jamie Anderson? Jamie Anderson? Ed Hawkins?
For the record, Ed Hawkins, resident of the City of Reno, 44 years. It boils down to the City Council serves the whole public, not special interests, not special organizations. And you have to look at this thing from a perspective, what serves the whole City of Reno? You have ordinances on the book that require a certain amount of parking, whether it's a business, a restaurant, whatever you have going on that draws customers or parishioners, they have to stick to those requirements for parking. It's no different here. They've run out of space. They're looking for space. It's like Minogue. They moved from up by University of Nevada out to their present location now. They were out of space. That's the problem we have here now. We've already given away Mill Street at the Sienna between Center and Lake Street. That's not coming back to us. That was handed over to the new people that took over the Sienna after the bankruptcy. It's still closed. I can't go through there. It's part of their parking, part of their casino. That's given away. It's gone. Same thing will happen here. That's all I have.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's all the people that wanted to speak in opposition. Now I'm going to take the ones that want to speak in favor of it, and then we'll have staff's reports and stuff. Rod Friedan?
Hi, my name is Ron Frediani, and I'm a parent at Our Lady of the... I'm sorry?
Couldn't read it.
Oh, it's okay. I'm a parent of a sixth grader at Our Lady of the Snow School. And I've heard a lot of what-ifs that could be today, but I know one thing for sure is that I am for the abandonment of Lander Street. And I know one thing for sure is that probably what happened to me maybe 6 months ago probably wouldn't have happened had the street not been abandoned. I dropped my daughter off at school, and I did get rear-ended. And it wasn't too big of a deal. It was pretty minor. But after I took it into a shop and found out how much the estimates were, it didn't seem too minor at that time. And I didn't really do anything about it because they were just some minor scratches. And, you know, maybe it was like 1 mile an hour or 2 mile an hour where I got hit. But, you know, I'm in a vehicle on the street, and I could only imagine what it had been like had it been, you know, a child. You know, these kids are 40 pounds, 90 pounds, and here I am in a 2,000-pound vehicle, you know, and I got rear-ended. And I was just... and that's why I'm here, is because I was really concerned about what could happen to a child on that street. So that's why I'm for the abandonment.
Thank you very much. Ed Witter?
My name is Ed Wetta. I'm a parent at Our Lady of Snows, and I have 2 children there. So thank you for the time, Mr. Mayor and fellow council members. I'd like to read a open letter that I sent to Mr. Bill Thomas on this issue, and I also have just several comments, if in the essence of time, if I still have any moments left. So I'll start out with my letter. I'm writing this letter to express my concerns and support for the abandonment of Lander Street in front of Our Lady of Snows. My wife and I and our 2 small children relocated to your community approximately 2 years ago from Reading. The sole purpose of our relocating to Reno was due to the closure of our Catholic high school in Reading. My wife and I are both retired LA County deputy sheriffs, and my wife was also a Reading police officer. When we decided on Our Lady of Snows for our son and daughter, the main concern that I had was the safety of our children due to the ingress and egress hazards on Lander Street and the adjacent park posed to the school. I spoke with Mr. Fuchs several times on this issue, and we discussed the control of the open area and the vehicular traffic that posed a safety hazard when the children were out for recess, PE, lunch, etc. I told him that these conditions were a recipe for disaster. I have personally witnessed numerous incidents which almost resulted in a traffic collision due to the congestion and the lack of a cohesive vehicular traffic pattern to effectively and safely drop off and pick up our children at the school. The issue is magnified during inclement weather and whenever there are other services being conducted at the church and the park being used by the general public. A safety committee was formed, and my wife was the chairperson of that committee in May of 2010. There were several parents who volunteered every morning to direct traffic and act as crossing guards on Lander Street and the adjacent streets, Walker and Monroe. These volunteers included myself, my wife, and a current Nevada highway patrolman, who all have extensive experience in traffic control. We all agreed that this is a situation that warrants immediate change, and the closure of the street would be the most logical choice. This decision, in my opinion, is a win-win for all parties concerned with the proposal submitted by the city. We had several incidents where the drivers, parents, and local citizens refused to yield to our handheld lawful stop signs, and there were several incidents by local residents who told us that we did not have the right to direct traffic nor close off the street. This and several other incidents were very alarming, and I called the Reno Police Department and spoke with the traffic lieutenant on several occasions. She informed me that she was aware of the ongoing problem and would request directed patrol during those peak hours. In 2.5 years at the school, my wife and I have never seen a unit conducting traffic control or issuing a ticket in the area. During my tenure with the Sheriff's Department, I was assigned to the traffic division and worked as a field sergeant. So I have seen my incidents involving traffic collisions involving vehicles versus pedestrians. It's not a matter of if it'll happen at our school, it's a matter of when. I also personally conducted many neighborhood watch meetings with school administrators and local residents for issues similar to this, and I'm at a loss to understand why this issue has not been resolved sooner.
Sir, you're going to need to wrap up. Your time's up.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to conclude by saying if we could reduce Arlington Street down to 1 lane for the safety of bicycle riders and create an entire lane for their safety, we certainly can close off one street for our most precious gifts. Thank you. Thank you, Council.
Vicki McGinnis.
Good afternoon. My name is Vicki McGinnis. I am a neighborhood property owner. I am a parent of a child that attends Our Lady of the Snows School, and I am a member of Our Lady of the Snows Parish. I am at this school daily. I volunteer frequently, so I am there all day. I'm there at drop-off, I'm there at pickup. I have a child who's been there for 5 years, and even at her advanced age, I refuse to let her go in or out of the school without me right next to her because of the safety concern I have about Lander Street. It is not just drop off and pick up, but it is recess, it is lunch, it is PE. During those times, that is when people who are not affiliated with the school fly through that street because they don't expect to see children coming and going, and our children are coming and going all day long. All we ask is for the same consideration of every other school child in the state of Nevada. We just want our children to be safe when we drop them off and pick them up. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dawn Hennel.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. I own 2 businesses in the City of Reno, and I own 3 properties in the City of Reno. I think safety for children is a matter whether they're public or private. I don't think that's the issue here. I think the other person who spoke, the other parent who spoke, it is a matter of when a tragedy or an accident is going to occur, and that is something that we can avoid by abandoning Lander Street. The other thing, I changed a little bit of my tune after hearing some of the opposed speak. With city growth and community growth and school growth comes change. I own 3 properties here. I'm not all fond of the changes that have gone on in my neighborhoods, but it is what happens. The other thing is, as a business owner in the City of Reno, in fact, 2 business owners, if Our Lady of Snows moves, a lot of those businesses along California and those streets will be less populated because I, as a parent, after drop-off, frequent a lot of those businesses after I take my child to school. So that is something to consider. It's not in the benefit for Snows to leave, or, it's not that simple saying, we don't say to a property owner, well, if you don't like it, just leave. It's not that simple. We have outgrown it. We have tried to make changes that are financially feasible to keep it in accordance with what our needs are at that time. But I really think that the safety of children is the utmost and foremost matter here. I, for one, am like most of the parents there. I take my child out, I walk her across the street, and there are locals as well as parents who are in a hurry and they fly through that street. And my daughter is 7, and she is no match for a car going 5 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour, 20 miles an hour. And is that really something anybody wants to live with? So, it may not be a perfect situation for everybody, but there's got to be a really good compromise and, for the safety of children. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tim Holst.
Good
Good afternoon, Mayor Cashel, members of council. For the record, my name is Tim Holst, and I live in the neighborhood of Plumas and Caliente. I have a 7-year-old son who attends Our Lady of Snows, and I'm generally in favor of the abandonment as it returns property to private ownership. I believe it was probably privately owned at one time. And I would support the proposal, assuming the school can work out its parking issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Francis Farley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Frances Farley. My family and I are parishioners at the church, and my children attend the school here. The situation in front of the school is extremely dangerous. Both my husband and I have personally witnessed children almost being hit numerous times as they try to cross that section of the street to get into the school. Unfortunately, when the school blocks off the street for added safety, people simply feel the need to move the barriers or drive around them, and they still endanger the children. I would also hope that the closure, abandonment of that section of street would mean that we would no longer find dangerous drug paraphernalia, which are left by the people who park in front of the school, do their drugs, leave their dangerous implements behind when they are finished. Thank you for your consideration. We truly hope you will approve the closure abandonment of the one block of Lander Street, as we feel that any inconvenience anyone may experience could not possibly outweigh the life of a child.
Thank you very much. Kyle Collinsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Kyle Collinsworth, and I also live in this neighborhood. My kids and I play at the park all the time. I would like to speak to you both as a person that lives in the neighborhood, and also my children do attend Our Lady of the Snows school. As a neighbor, I attended the January 25th neighborhood meeting was put on by the school. I took away 3 things. 1, the school has done a great job of mitigating the parking issue. 2, as presented by the traffic engineer who's here today, I'm sure will speak again, there aren't that many vehicles that use Lander Street. And 3, that the school is going to make much needed improvements to the park for the benefit of the entire neighborhood. The voices in opposition at that meeting, as they are here today, are largely related to the parking and traffic issues, and it's my takeaway that the school has carefully thought these items through and done a great job of finding solutions to these concerns. As a parent, having a public street in between the school and the kids' play area is simply unsafe. My wife and I both work, and in the evenings, my kids go to the after-school program. And just a few weeks ago, it was dark, and my 6-year-old, my first grade daughter, ran out into the middle of the street, not knowing the difference between a private street, a public street. All she knew was she was wanting to run across to the park, across the area where she plays. I got her back safely, but it wasn't within a couple of seconds that a car somehow, from stop sign to stop sign, got up to what seemed like 50 miles an hour. It's crazy. Drivers are more distracted these days. This is a changing, it's a changing environment. And I think right now you have an opportunity to do what I think is the right thing, and I urge you to please pass this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I have no other public comment. I'm going to ask for a staff report, and then I'll ask for a report by Our Lady of the Snows.
Good afternoon, Claudia Hansen, Planning and Engineering Manager. Find my presentation. When this request first came in, we brought it to council, and at that time the applicant requested a postponement to hold a neighborhood meeting to flesh out some of the issues from the neighborhood. That was held a few weeks ago, and there were approximately 50 people from the neighborhood that came and attended that meeting, voiced their opinions, most of which you have heard this afternoon. Following that meeting, the applicant brought forward some additional proposed conditions, which we have presented to you in the memo that you received earlier. And those are the conditions proposed by the applicant, and they, I believe, have some amendments to those or clarifications on those that they will address as well. We worked with Parks and Recreation and the Police Department, and we believe that with those conditions and the original conditions with the that were originally in the staff report, that a solution can be met and staff can support it. Police Department does still have concerns regarding parking and patrolling the area, and Dave Evans is here to address any of those questions if you have any of those. So staff can support it if those conditions are met. Those conditions do include a lot of work before the abandonment could be recorded. So it would entail finding parking solutions in the area and working with staff to see how that traffic, the street design would ultimately play out. That's my presentation. We're available for questions at the appropriate time.
Okay. We'll come back with questions in a minute. We'll hear a presentation by Our Lady of the Snows.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a brief PowerPoint presentation, if that's all right with you.
What'd you say, sir?
A PowerPoint presentation.
I thought you said a 1-hour presentation. That's fixing to spank you and send you home.
No, sir.
You have 15 minutes to make your presentation.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Manager, City Council. For the record, my name is Garrett Gordon, here representing Our Lady of the Snows. I put together a PowerPoint presentation, and I think will answer a majority of the questions and issues raised today. I understand that the keyboard isn't working, so I think Lynette, I'll have to cue you. So let's go ahead and go forward. Our project team, Rick Revilio, Kyle Collinsworth, Lauren Chilson, is in fact our traffic engineer. He'll be talking today, and Alfredo Alonso and myself, and worked hard over the last 2 to 3 months. Numerous meetings with staff, a courtesy neighborhood meeting, 50 representatives. We tried our best to pull all that together and come up with some conditions of approval that'll make this work. So what is this request? It's a request to abandon Lander Street between Walker Avenue and Monroe Street. If approved, Snows would own the west half and the city would own the east half. There's a little misconception that Snows would in fact own the whole street right of way. No, Snows would only own the entire street if it purchased the city's half, and this is not part of the application today. So here's an aerial view. To the east is the Plumas Park. To the west is the school. So the portion identified in yellow is really the only portion that, if approved today, and if we meet all the conditions of approval, which should take 6 to 12 months, is what Snows would have the right to take title to. That parking that abuts the school is not on the table today. That parking will not go away. That property will still be owned by the city of Reno. So what is the process? If approved today, you're approving the application. We would have to satisfy all the conditions that Claudia mentioned in her memo. I think that's 4 or 5 conditions, in addition to some conditions in the original staff report to even record the order of abandonment. So again, the abandonment is not happening today. The abandonment is happening good 6, 12 months away when we get through a number of conditions, and I'll go through those conditions later in my presentation. So why are we making this request? Safety, safety, safety. So here's an example of, if this slide goes forward, are we going to get it? Go ahead and go back. All right, well, that's unfortunate. It worked a little earlier. So at our neighborhood meeting, we were asked, okay, well, your initial traffic report did not reflect taking the ropes down during the day. So what we did was put a camera on the stop sign looking north. And this would have been a good example of kind of the crazy chaos that occurs and that you heard testimony on today. Unfortunately, I'll just have to submit that for the record. So what community outreach efforts were made? Well, we had a NAB meeting on November 8th. We postponed this agenda item twice to be able to hold a neighborhood meeting after the holidays when residents were around. The principal, Tim Fuchs, hand-walked notices to all the neighborhood, and we got a really good turnout of 50 folks. We've also had numerous meetings with community development and Parks and Rec staff to try to work through some of these issues. What were the 3 issues? Parking, traffic, and pedestrian and bicycle access. Those were the major issues that we heard at the neighborhood meeting, and I think that you guys have heard today. Go ahead. What did we do in response to these issues? Well, we commissioned some additional studies. There was an initial study done that in fact said, a traffic study that in fact said there is no significant impact to traffic. That said, at the neighborhood meeting, there was a concern that the ropes weren't taken down. And what is the impact on the neighborhood with the ropes taken down? Well, in a minute I'll show you, and our traffic engineer will in fact testify to that. We also commissioned a parking analysis done from an architect company to in fact say, what is the parking being taken away and how are we going to mitigate that? So what is the impact of parking? Well, a loss of 25 parking spaces, because again, we're only talking about the west side of Lander, not the east. That will remain city property. What are we doing to mitigate that parking? Well, in working with Parks and Rec, the school agrees to stripe Walker Avenue between Humboldt and Plumas, diagonal parking. That adds 27 new parking spaces, so there's a net increase of 2. Here's a parking plan. I've distributed to you each a packet. It has the PowerPoint, both traffic studies, and this parking plan. Maybe it's a little clearer in your packet, but you can see, I guess barely see on here, that the west side of the street will be taking away 25 parking spaces. To the north side of Plumas Park, between Humboldt and Plumas, will add 27 spaces. And I think it's worth noting, we do have a plan. Yes, you'll see later, we do have a plan to buy the second half of Lanier Street. That's not up today, that's in the future. But we already took a look at how many parking spaces can we add if we restripe the parking lot next to the gymnasium, close to over 25. What about if we make public that lot behind the school? That's, again, a net increase of 30. There was a concern about weekends, about soccer families, parking. I think we have in our back pocket, when we move forward, plenty of other parking opportunities for not only folks attending the school, but also attending soccer games on the weekends. So what is the impact on traffic? Well, the data indicates clearly that Lanier is not significantly used as a through route. Less than 100 non-school trips in a 24-hour period. This is compared to Arlington, 11,000 trips a day, Plumas, 8,000 trips a day. Our traffic consultant will clearly say that 100 trips can, within a 24-hour period, one every 15 minutes at best, could certainly be absorbed in these 2 arteries. What is the conclusion of the traffic reports? Well, our daily and pedestrian volume over a 12-hour period is over 1,500. And I really wish that video clip worked, because you'll see the mass chaos not only at lunchtime, not only in the morning, but in the evening of cars and pedestrians. Over 1,500 pedestrian movements going back and forth, kids running around. It is chaos, and it certainly is dangerous. That compared to, again, a very generous number, I would say, in looking at the film, over 100 vehicles. Again, Lanier is not functioning as a through route, and to quote the traffic report, the abandonment is not anticipated to have any significant adverse effects on traffic circulation. So the conditions of approval that Claudia mentioned. So in every abandonment application, and some folks stated this very succinctly, we are required to show that we are not materially impacting the public. That's where these conditions of approval come in. What we need to do or are required to do even before the abandonment is recorded. This, again, is only regarding the west side of the street, not the east side of the street. And again, all conditions have to be done before the order of abandonment is completed. In the event we move forward to purchase the entire piece, there's going to have to be more studies, public hearings, and at least 2 city council approvals. So plenty more opportunity to work with the neighbors. So conditions. Lanier Street will be closed during school hours, 7:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m. During that point in time, the school will have exclusive use of this area. Non-school hours. It's going to remain status quo, and I think that's what a lot of folks here don't realize, that the city, we've proposed, and it's a condition of approval, that the city and Snows will enter in an easement agreement for parking and access during non-school hours. So if it's approved today, tomorrow, school could be closed, the road could be closed during school hours, non-school hours, it has to be open. If we get through all the conditions of approval and record the abandonment, same thing. Road is closed during school hours, open during non-school hours. If and only if we're able to move forward with negotiating with fair market value a purchase price for that east half, is when we would have to right to take over the whole street, but that's significantly farther out in the future. Additional conditions, restripe Walker between Humboldt and Plumas. Again, net increase in parking. And I think this next one is big, and it's certainly been, I think, miscommunicated very often in flyers that I've seen and in some of this testimony. That sidewalk that runs along the park, north and south, from Walker to Monroe, will always remain open. Will remain open pre-order of abandonment, will remain open if we record the order of abandonment, will remain open if we buy that east side of the street. There will always be pedestrian access. So there will always be pedestrian access and bicycle access north and south. That will never be fenced off, never be closed down, will always be there. And finally, in talking about this comprehensive plan that we heard, yes, we do have a plan, and it's to enter into an agreement for the use of the park. A gentleman mentioned, what have we been paying? I have some documentation here that we've had a permit, like every other permit holder to use the park. I think they pay approximately $1,800 a year. The plan with the license agreement is to have some kind of long-term plan where maybe it's consideration they build playground equipment. Maybe it's to do the basketball hoops. Maybe it's to put some new grass in there. But kind of work together and improve that park, which certainly would not only help Snows, but in fact help the neighborhood. And it was important that we thought to have this reviewed by the Parks and Rec Commission, and then again, come to City Council. So order of abandonment cannot be recorded until we come back before you again with a public hearing about what our plan is for that park. So next step. So if this in fact is approved, we make it through all the conditions, it's recorded out in the future, we plan, absolutely, to initiate discussions for purchase of east half of Lander. And the terms may include, again, gym parking lot to mitigate parking, open other Snows lots to the public to mitigate parking, improve basketball courts at the park, provide playground equipment at the park, and build ADA ramps at the park. I thought it was important, kind of in closing, to address this flyer that was distributed to a number of neighbors and the surrounding area of Snows. I think, unfortunately, there's a number of kind of misrepresentations in this flyer, and I'd like to briefly go through it. The first is the second line, closure is being requested by and for the sole use of Snows. Not true. Again, school is in session, road is closed. School is out of session, road is open until we come through the process and initiate buying that east half. Key issues, loss of 52 parking spaces. Not true. 25 spaces on the west side. We're adding 27, so there's actually a net increase of 2. Dangerous precedent for private entities to obtain public property. That implies somewhat like this is a taking. Under NRS and under city code, you have to get the consent of all abutting property owners to abandon the street. So here, Snows is on one side, the city's on the other side. Those are the parties at the table. If there's any other street, in fact, in this city, you'd have to. Couldn't be the city could just come in and take it. You'd in fact have to get consent by everyone. Traffic diverted to nearby quiet streets. As we talked about, the street is not used very often, and that Arlington and Plumas can certainly absorb that traffic. Access by emergency vehicles. I know police has some concerns, but police and fire are certainly not opposing this application. Limits access by bicycles and pedestrians. Not true. Like I said, always that sidewalk will always be open. Divide to cohesive neighborhood in the north and south. I take this one a little personally. My father went to Old Billinghurst. I went to Maryberry and Humboldt. I played soccer on those fields. My family grew up on Donner Drive. I know this area, and I know the neighborhood, and I certainly think personally that this is a benefit. Next slide, please. But what have we learned? I think Snows internally has certainly learned that we could be better with neighborhood outreach efforts. And what are we agreeing to do, or offering to do? From this point forward, Snows is certainly willing to have a representative at all NAB meetings, to be there for any complaints, concerns, to try to get more of a cohesive neighborhood feeling going forward. You heard some folks testify a little bit about a school patrol, but we'll make that formal. Have a school patrol to regulate illegal parking, double parking, traffic flows, take down license plates, put them in the school newspaper if they're in violation. I mean, the school takes these issues and these concerns from neighbors very seriously. And finally, I know you heard a couple of folks say, why not drop-off zones? We think that's a great idea. And not only do we want to come up with a plan, but we want to work with neighborhood representatives to review the possibility of drop-off zones, maybe on Walker, maybe on Monroe, maybe on both. But again, we'd like to host some kind of quarterly neighborhood meeting with neighbors to kind of put together ideas of how we can better this area. So again, I have 120 emails here that I'll give to Lynette for the record. This is not all of the parish. This is a school application. This is from concerned teachers and parents. And as Claudia said, staff now supports this request for abandonment. And I think Lauren Chilson, our traffic engineer, will come up and talk for a minute or two. Again, I really wish that this video worked. Again, we had a camera looking north. This, in fact, it was testified to that at the neighborhood meeting that Lander is used extensively during rush hour. It's 5 o'clock. You'll see it sits vacant, and you'll see for the next 5 to 10 minutes, there's maybe 1 or 2 cars that use it. Certainly, it's not an arterial road used, in rush hour traffic. So thank you for the time. I was a little long, but if Lauren can make a comment or two, I'd appreciate it.
He'll have a minute and 38 seconds to make a comment.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. For the record, Lauren Chilson, Principal Engineer with Traffic Works. We did perform 2 studies. The first looked at specifically the morning and afternoon school dismissal and arrival periods to make an assessment of what's the situation out here, how bad is it, how good is it, what do we got going on. Our first observation was that, well, there's ropes up here, maybe that's good. I think that is, let's take a look. And so we did. I'll tell you, just since I have just a brief time, the traffic flows that we observed with those ropes up were not abnormal from any other school situation. There's some congestion. It lasts 15 minutes, and then it's gone, typical of most schools. After the NAB meeting, it was brought up, and rightly so, listen, you also need to look at the condition when the ropes are down, because that's something entirely different. Fair enough. We set up a video camera for 24 hours. It was located at Monroe Street looking north, and that's what those videos were intended to show you. I apologize. Those don't seem to be working. What you find out when you watch that video is that there are 100 vehicles in an entire day that actually pass through that block without stopping to drop off a kid or parking in the parking lot. I would attribute those to neighborhood traffic, logically. Compare that to the volumes on Plumas and Arlington that are near 10,000, which is a common traffic volume on a 2-lane street. And that serves as a minor arterial. Plumas and Arlington both serving that function, both functioning fairly well overall. Yes, there's a lot of traffic, but it keeps moving. Lander Street has a stop sign every block. It's pretty obvious from my perspective that the city has not intended Lander Street to function as a major through route. That's why there's a stop sign every block. And for better or worse, that's working. What it means is there's very little through traffic on that street, less than we see at turn movements in some intersections for one movement. So the volume is minor. During a 12-hour period that school is in session, actually less, 1,600 students cross back and forth that street, nearly 20 times the number of vehicles going through the street. So just use those numbers as a reference in your thoughts that there are way more kids out here, pedestrian activity, than there are vehicles. I'll be available for other questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. We're going to have somebody come down and see if we can get the video working, but we're going to go ahead. I'm going to close all the public comment and staff reports right now, and we'll bring it back to the council. Mr. Guston.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure that council probably has some questions, and let me start with, first of all, this is what I received, and I've gone through these. This is against, this is for, doesn't matter what the stack is, but that's what I received. I will tell Betty Dotson, yes, I did get your email a 3 weeks ago and read it entirely. Thought it made a good deal of sense, and I appreciate you doing that. I did have a conversation with George Swenson, who's standing in the back of the room. George, maybe a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, something like that, and was able to talk to him about the concerns that he had, other neighbors had, et cetera. I've had extensive conversations with the people on the pro side of this that are presenting this for Our Lady of Snows, listen to what they had to say. You know, they're obviously, from the the testimony today, there are two sides to this, and there are emotional sides. And I understand that. I understand it from both sides of the issue. So it's incumbent on us as the elected officials to make a decision. We really need to make a decision, obviously, with taking everything into account. The one thing I did find out in talking to both sides, and it was apparent today again, and I think it came across loud and clear, about safety. Even if you oppose what the school is proposing, you were very clear and I think adamant about safety for you, for your kids, and for the kids that go there. So I have no qualms about that both sides are genuine in how they feel about this. I truly have no second thoughts at all about how they feel about it. Garrett, you had a proposal, and you did email it to my house. I looked at it last night. In the evening, I got the hard copy of it. I've gone through it back and forth. You know, there's always, you know, it's not exactly that you want to cut the baby in half, but there's always, I think, a mood of compromise somehow that satisfies both sides. And I'm going to propose that in just a little bit. But I did want to ask Mr. Gall, if I may, because one thing that came up, and people talk about this, and there was really no testimony about this, there was fear of encroachment and property values. And there were quite a few people that testified about the school saying, you know, maybe it's time for them to move. Rightly or wrongly, that's their opinion. So if the school were no longer there, and it may be coming out of left field on you on this, but what is that property zoned to be?
Bill Gall, I'm actually defer that to Claudia. Do we know the zone? I have it in the... It's zoned for multifamily.
Multifamily. And maybe for the audience, tell me what multifamily, tell all of us what multifamily means.
Claudia Hansen, Planning and Engineering Manager. I don't have the density on there, but it's probably 21 units to the acre, I would imagine, on there.
And this site is how large in terms of acreage?
It's not in the application. It's probably a few acres.
A few acres.
I don't.
Less than 5?
Property owner? Less than 5? Probably. Right around there.
4 acres. So
Yeah.
we're talking 80.
Yeah.
Somewhere in 80 housing units. If the
Potentially,
school
yes.
wasn't there, you're approximately 80 housing units.
Right.
I only mention that because that's not something I favor or don't like, but sometimes working with what you have may be better off than what you may get. Does anybody know in the audience, I know that I should have asked this earlier when the soccer people were here, how many times a week, days during the week, is that field used for soccer?
During the soccer season.
Excuse me, oh, Julie, well, I'm sorry. Excuse me, George, I'm sorry about that.
For the record, Julie Conway, Parks and Recreation Community Services Director. To answer your question, the Great Basin Youth Soccer, we work through the Reno Youth Sports Association. The game days are Saturdays 8 to 3, so we know what they are permitted to use. About 29 games per day, and this is from last year, so we're assuming this would happen this coming year, with about 8 teams playing each during each block.
I'm sorry, just in the interest of time, Julie, I know you have the facts.
So Saturdays 8 to 3, and then practices Monday through Friday, 4:30 to dark.
Okay, that's what I was going to get at, because I know there are children there during the day. Okay, our teams playing. I thought also from the testimony given, I think this reflects the feelings on both sides, because the two people I'm going to talked about their initial response was they were against this. Teresa Hunsaker and Heather Lee talked about the neighborhood getting together and resolving the issue. And even though the other lady was a renter, she said she talked about the big picture and the comprehensive plan that's there. What I've taken by this, and the other 6 council people may not take the same thing, but I see that there's a willingness from the neighborhood, there's a desire from the school, there's a willingness from the neighborhood to try to work together to make this work, to do the right thing. But what is the right thing? Well, if you want me to go on, Mr. I don't know if anybody else wants to ask any questions, or would you just like me to proceed?
I'll hear the proposal before I ask
Okay.
questions.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Because I think that I really thank all you people for coming here in the middle of the day. So some of you have other lives. I understand that. So thank you for being here to tell us how you feel about it. My position on this is I want to move forward with the fact that I don't think I can't support an abandonment. I think that situation is at best premature, but certainly as the people have talked about here, and both sides talk about, is the safety of the children, and if one children were injured, you know, that's way too many. I mean, it just is. I know we've been lucky. Parents got up and talked about how close their children came to being injured, and I think the school may not have done as good a job as they should have done, because they have the use of that street now for recess and for lunch and for PE, and we heard testimony about cars still going through. So I think that what I would propose, what I'm looking to do is to take this street Lander between Walker and Monroe, and dependent on the time of day, from 7:30 in the morning or 3:30 in the afternoon, whatever that hour is, if it's 4 o'clock, I'm not going to be dogmatic about what the exact time has to be, but that street would be closed off. And it would be for the use of the school and their students to recreate. It's also for the use of the people who go back and forth in terms of pedestrian traffic or bicycle traffic to Mount Rose School or back to Mount Rose Street. But I think that makes the most sense to me, that children who are in that area have to be protected, and there's some testimony. I even heard this from, again, my phone call that George told me, and George, if I'm putting words in your mouth, tell me, come up here and tell me differently, but he told me that he's aware of it when children are there, and he actually goes around it, but he has seen people that do drive through it and do go through that area. So, you know, there's a willingness, again, I don't want to go on and keep saying the same thing, but there's a willingness for the community to try to help out and try to mitigate and try to do the right thing, and the school, I think, wants to do the right thing also. So that as I mentioned earlier, those two ladies talked about that the neighborhood needs to get together and come up with a comprehensive plan. So what I'm suggesting is that we look at closing this street between that period of time, that whatever it turns out to be, and then the park and all the other facilities are open, obviously, to public access. And I understand the fear of the neighborhood. As the gentleman said, put the nose under the tent, and then what's going to happen from here. Garrett even made in his presentation, your words were, let me see now, we're looking for the abandonment and we want to purchase and buy the east side. That's, for me, we've taken that step too far. Maybe that will work out in whatever period of time we go ahead with this, but to look right now and to say that we're going to sell that property or purchase it, I think is premature. I think it still needs to be a street that is used by the people when it's not in use by the school. So I am going to, one last thing is, and I think the people in opposition made a great point about this, the 25 versus 52 spaces. Regardless of who owns the spaces on the west side, there's still 52 spaces. Am I correct in saying that, Bill and Claudia? Yeah, okay. So I know there's some mitigation about striping on Walker down below at 27 spaces, and the parking lot, maybe that makes up the difference. I didn't really get quite the math in my head whether that was total or not, but I think there's more than, excuse me, 25 spaces, even though the school currently owns the west side. The school owns the west side of the street, right? Okay. I think there's an educational process for both the parents of the school and the neighborhood, because knowing this is coming to council, I've driven that area more frequently than I normally do, just to find out what is happening there. And I do see some people racing. Lady passed me on Plumas, which you know is a 25-mile-an-hour zone, to make a left-hand turn to come up, I assume to pick up a student or something, and was she was going well above the speed limit. Now, that's one person, I know. But I think the educational process with the parents and also with the people who live in the neighborhood, and then as it goes down the line, maybe there is a workable solution for everyone. I think the solution that I have at this point is that school needs to be available, or the street, needs to be available on a basis from whatever time that is, 7:30 to 3:30 or 4 o'clock during the day, to protect the students. I think that's paramount, and I think I hear that from both sides of the aisle. So when it comes down to it, after everybody else asks their questions, I'm looking forward to making a proposal regarding what I just said about closing the street, but not granting the abandonment right now, and let the school and the neighbors continue this process to go forward, the school to prove what good intents they have for the neighborhood, and then come back, and I think it'll be much less contentious that time, and if it isn't, then it isn't. But I think if both sides talk it out, I really believe that a solution will be made for the betterment of the entire community in that area. So, Mr. Mayor, that's what I have to say at this point.
Okay, before we go further, let me video acknowledge these things, so let's look at that video.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And out of respect for time, this it was filmed on a Thursday at 5 p.m. during what some folks would say would be rush hour activity in Reno. It runs for 5 minutes. The plan was to have it run and have the traffic engineer talk while it was running as well. So I don't want to, waste your time, but I think it speaks for itself about traffic during the 5 o'clock hour. So it's at your discretion whether or not you want to stop it. I have no objection if you stop it now.
Just keep it on, and then we can watch it and listen to. We're multitask people.
Appreciate that.
All right, Ms. Zadra.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Garrett, can you tell us when the concessions that came to us in a follow-up memo, when were those offered, and were they specifically made known to the residents? And I have a conclusion that they were not, because I live at least a half a mile away from this location, south of the location, on the other side of Plum Lane. And I received one of the forms that you made reference to, and spoke to the individual, and they were absolutely not aware. And I concluded from the conversation that the neighbors in general were not just this individual, but the neighbors in general were not aware of the 7:30 to 4:30 kind of condition and the additional parking. So when were these conditions offered by you, and to whom? How were they communicated to the residents, and when?
Sure. Great question. Thank you. So going back to January, we had our neighborhood meeting, and we heard the concerns by the neighbors. We went and commissioned a parking analysis and traffic, which you saw here. We got the video up on February 2nd, so last week. We analyzed it. I put together a letter and got it to your staff last week in anticipation of today's meeting. So I think I got the letter in. It's dated the same day I sent it in. I think Thursday or Friday of last week, after we had a chance to compile all this information from the traffic engineer and from neighborhood concerns based on the neighborhood meeting we hosted.
So the neighbors did not know about the concessions?
Yeah, I did not send my letter out to anyone, just to the city.
Okay. Thank you. So the woman, and I'm trying to find you on my list, who you were speaking for the coalition, ma'am? Yes. Could you step forward?
Yes,
please.
up to the focus. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I've forgotten which name you are. Betty, thank you. I have you all here. I just didn't remember which one you were.
Thank you.
Had you known that those conditions, would there have been a different communication you would have shared with us today? Do you have a different attitude or spirit about the request?
I have a problem with the request for the abandonment, personally. I think that is wrong, ethically and morally at this point in time. I am concerned about the safety of the children, and I don't have my report in front of me that I sent to Dan, but I think there are many, many other things that can be done in a collaborative manner between the church and the school, the neighbors, and the city. There are
And
many, many
is it
things.
reasonable to you, the request as of today, for 7:30 to 4:30 or 3:30 or whatever
7:30
it
to
is?
4:30, I don't have a problem with that personally. I can't speak for the coalition as a whole, but I personally do not have a problem with that. I do have a problem with, quotes, partial abandonment and then full abandonment. I think that is not the direction that needs to be gone at this time.
Okay,
I
thank
think
you
they
very
could do
much.
some really great things, though, if we could all work together. I think there's a neighborhood watch program that could be reinstated. I think the SAVE program from the Reno Police Department.
Okay.
I mean, there are some opportunities here for us
And I
all
think
to
that's
work
what Mr.
together.
Guston is attempting
Right.
to
Let-
get to. Thank you.
Let me just say, and I will repeat it because I told her I did read her memo, that's what her memo talked about.
Right.
She talked about different things, but she talked about 7:30 to 3:30. She talked about the four-way stop in the memo. So you're right on, Sharon.
Okay. Mr. Fraser?
Yeah, I guess I have a question for the applicant, actually, on the actual abandonment, what would be there? Because we've heard testimony, and if you do go out there, and I did sit out there, and there was very minimal traffic other than that, the school hours, that peak time of dropping off, picking up. But what are you actually going to do if the council approves the abandonment there? Would it then be open? Could you do the same thing with an abandonment where it's open the rest of the time? You had talked a lot in your about the abandonment, but what would you guys do if the street was abandoned?
Thank you for the question. If abandoned today, with the conditions that were in the memorandum that was distributed, it would at this point pretty much stay status quo, that we would only be allowed to close it during school hours, that it would be in fact open during non-school hours. The plan to eventually, as Councilman Guston mentioned, purchase the east side is not on today's agenda and is so far out that really it would take numerous city council hearings, additional parking studies, additional neighborhood meetings to even get to that point. So in summary, yes, if approved today, if a motion was made to approve staff's recommendation that we could only keep it closed during school hours before and after the order of abandonment was in fact approved.
And then, Garrett, just another question. The conditions you put up at the end regarding the church in your presentation as far as the field, I mean, doing some enhancements to the, when we were just talking about the Moana Park, and this one's another park that's heavily utilized as far as the kids playing, members of the public. You had said possibly additional conditions, or if the abandonment were approved. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find that. For improving the basketball courts at the park and providing playground equipment at the park, the ADA ramps that we really need. Is that going to move forward without the abandonment, or is that part of what you guys are proposing as part of condition of abandonment?
Both. Excuse me. Both. I think you can do it in two different places, or actually the school would be willing to offer that in two different places. One, as a condition of approval, we have to enter into a license agreement with the city, which would come before you to approve before any abandonment was approved. In there, maybe instead of the $1,800 we pay a year, we have some kind of long-term agreement where, in consideration of use, we do playground equipment, we do basketball courts, we resod it. I mean, we can put in a lot of really good improvements there for long-term use of the park. And then, you know, I would also add, you know, the parking as well. Is that that's where we can incorporate, okay, we should improve the parking lot next to the gymnasium, you know, restripe it and add more parking. I think all that can be built in as a condition of approval, whereby the abandonment would never be finalized until that stuff was in the ground.
But if the abandonment were approved, what would you be putting on the street itself? Is it a courtyard? I mean, what?
Nothing, because we wouldn't have a right to the city side unless at some point in the future we were able to negotiate a purchase of it. We only get the west side of the street. So we would do nothing except keep it closed during school hours, open during non-school hours. We'd have to go through not only all these conditions of approval to get the abandonment finalized, but then institute, if we did, you know, purchase and sale agreement, consideration, public hearings, which is, you know, way down the line.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Dortch.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, just to follow up on that, Garrett, I think, and I'm not sure I heard the answer, I think Jessica was asking, in the event we don't approve the abandonment, would those improvements still happen? The improvements that you're talking about, would those still happen in any long-term agreement on the park?
I mean, the goal is to have those improvements attached as conditions of approval. Without that,
there's no guarantee.
There's no guarantee that, in fact, that would ever be done. I mean, we want to be able to give back to the city and, you know, have some kind of long-term agreement where we give to the city. The city doesn't have money to improve that park. You know, we could try to raise the funds and get that done. And so we kind of view this all as a package deal.
I think your partner's trying to sneak up here and talk.
Okay. That's good. My mouth is a little dry.
Mr. Mayor, Alfredo Alonso with the law firm of Lewis and Roca on behalf of Our Lady of Schools, Lady of, can't even say it today. Snow. School.
That's what we've been looking for, snow. Go ahead.
Yes. The answer to that's very simple. The purpose of this entire exercise was to provide a public-private partnership. The school, in concert with the city and the Parks and Rec Department, would obviously enhance a park that right now is in grave disrepair. No one can use it properly. And so the thought was, if we're getting something out of this, ultimately a courtyard, a grassy area that enhances the park and acts as a safe zone for the kids, which is the ultimate goal of this entire deal, without impeding bicycle traffic, without impeding any pedestrian traffic, and then it's a give back. It ends up being again, the attempt is to enhance that park for everyone to use. You know, I've lived in this city my entire life. I lived in that neighborhood. I can't imagine a single time where this hasn't been dangerous. This has been something that I think has been on everyone's minds for many years and just simply hasn't been done. And I think it's an important thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to follow up on that because I didn't think we got that answer.
Mr. Azian and Mr. Hashep.
Yeah, Mr. Gordon, to follow up on that again, these conditions, as I read it, were conditions on the purchase of the east side, not the abandonment in front of us. Or am I reading this wrong? It
You're
says next steps is initiate discussions for the purchase of the east half. So the conditions that they're talking about were on the purchase side, not the abandonment side.
No, and sorry for any confusion. The goal there is to be totally transparent with what the overall plan and comprehensive plan was. The conditions outlined in my letter last week and in the memo, as Claudia mentioned, distributed to you early this week, are all conditions of approval for the abandonment.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that, so I got that. Then explain to me again, I think I'm with Dan a little bit, on how you're going to restripe that side and how many parking places are there now on Walker Avenue?
Bear with me one moment.
Sure.
So our parking plan showed restriping that area, created 27 spaces. Claudia just grabbed me and said, well, there's around 10 existing with parallel parking. So that's a net of 17.
Okay, Walker Avenue right now is how many parking spaces on it?
Let me get the plan.
I just want to know how many will be at the end and how many are there now.
Sure. If you look at in your little packet, your
Right.
fourth tab has the parking plan.
Can you put that up on the screen?
I think it may be clear.
That's not in my fourth tab, but I'll find it. There's a couple different ones.
That has my scribbles on there. I apologize.
Yeah, see this one here? That's what they want to have, right.
So if the abandonment's approved, 25 parking spaces could not be used on an unlimited basis anymore, right? They would still be open during non-school hours, but during school hours, they could not be used by the public because that road would be shut down. So what we tried to do is working with Parks and Rec is how to mitigate the loss of those 25 spaces. Our parking analysis showed that there's currently no striping here from Humboldt down to Plumas, that if you stripe this diagonally consistent with these spaces up here, that it adds 27 spots. Claudia grabbed me and said, well, make sure you're calculating the fact that it's not only a plus 27, but that there's around 10, I guess, spots used here if they park, parallel. So that's a plus 17. The plan is, and absolutely we can condition it, is we are able to restripe this lot down here, add significantly more parking. We have this lot back here that could add additional more parking. So the goal is obviously not only just to increase the parking by 25, but we want to add a couple extra. So there's a net win here. So whatever we can do to add additional parking, we're more than willing to do so.
Yeah, to me, it's sort of a separate issue, quite honestly, because if we can add more parking over there, the city could do that. So if that's a way to solve that problem, is on the parking issue. And then, but later on the next step, you're saying that would have to be discussed later, was the other 26 spaces on the east side.
Sure, and let's step, and I apologize if I confused the fact that purchase the east side versus abandoned, but the goal was to be transparent of what our plan was in the future. But yeah, if in fact we are ever able to, and there's a lot of work and a lot of time and things have to happen, purchase that east side of the street, you'll see here I have, okay, there's 26 spaces there. So I wanted it to be crystal clear that someone couldn't say, well, you don't have a plan to mitigate the loss of that parking. And we do, between spaces here, and restriping here. There is an ultimate plan of how we could mitigate it in the event, and only in the event, that we were able to negotiate the purchase of it at some point in the future.
Now, and the big issue that I'm seeing people say might not really have much to do with the abandonment, it's the current conditions of drop-off and parking. So you address the parking. How does the drop-off going to happen if we approve the abandonment?
So it'll really remain, the ultimate goal is to work with the neighbors with some drop-off zones. Somewhere along here and somewhere along here, or even some neighbors mentioned, hey, why don't you knock out a couple parking spaces here? We'd be willing to give up some parking here for kind of a drop-off zone. So that's the ultimate plan. But for purposes of the abandonment, it's really going to stay the same as far as just closing that road during school hours and opening it during non-school hours. Now that it's closed, we could in fact do drop-offs on the north, drop-offs on the south, and then again work with the neighbors for a drop-off zone.
So you weren't going to do any of the abandonment to make that part of the drop-off zone. So is it sort of a separate issue then?
Correct, because we'd like to, and maybe we build that into the parking agreement with the city, because if the abandonment's approved, we own this half, city owns this half. So we couldn't put a drop-off zone in here without some kind of easement with the city. And we've contemplated that in that access parking agreement that we'd negotiate. That would certainly be a factor to work through.
And my last question is, you still, right now, do you still block off the street during school hours?
It's considered a play street. So at some point historically there was ropes there. They have been taken down by many folks who want to drive through there, come in there, just take the rope down and drive through.
I thought we had an agreement with you that you could put the ropes up during school. Did we not ever do that?
I don't know if it was ever formalized. I know it's done.
I thought we did formalize that on the last one.
So ropes can be there, but that was important too to the neighbors of saying, what's the traffic impact if you remove the ropes? That's why we went back, the additional traffic study took them off and showed that there was really no huge traffic impact.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks.
That's all for me.
Mr. Ashef.
Yeah, my first question is for
Leave
Claudia.
your parking thing there.
What?
Leave your parking thing there, because I'm going to come back to it after Mr. Ashef's finished.
Is Claudia still here?
Yes. Oh, I thought you would. There she is. Claudia?
So we granted a special use permit in the event, this was in, I think, 10.
Mm-hmm.
if they needed to construct an additional classroom, the parking that's going to go away was a condition to that special use permit, correct? So if
Correct.
this parking goes away as part of this abandonment request, they haven't constructed the additional.
No, the addition's been constructed.
So, but then how does that work then? Because then the parking disappears, which is a condition to approval.
Right.
Then
They were-
doesn't that classroom become a non-conforming use, or the permit's now revoked?
Some combination of the church and the school would become non-conforming in parking, and so before those parking spaces went away, they would have to make up for those somewhere. It might be an amendment to the special use permit, it might be a variance. If they can provide it on-site somehow, then they can do that.
See, I didn't
But they would
see-
have to go through otherwise they'd have to go through another hearing process. Because those parking spaces that are on land or that are currently on the property are counted towards the required parking.
But then they go away.
They would go away.
So they're not in
before they're allowed
compliance.
to remove those, they would have to show us how they're meeting parking for the church and the school.
Okay.
Which is what I was saying, that there's a lot of steps to go through before we would allow the abandonment to be recorded.
Okay, but I didn't see that in any of these proposed conditions, that they would have to make, they would have to demonstrate before any abandonment that those additional parking spaces have to be provided, otherwise they're not compliant with their special use permit.
Right, and we wouldn't condition compliance with the code. That's just something that they have to do, because the condition implies that you could add it or delete it. So that's just, they have to show that they are in compliance with code for the parking for the church and the school before those parking spaces are removed.
Okay, but where is that in these conditions, though?
It's not in the conditions.
Okay. And then I have a question for the traffic engineer. Now, the video indicated that looks like it was done on the 2nd of February,
Correct.
and it was done for 5 minutes?
That was the portion that we wanted to show you real time in the
Okay.
interest of time, but we did it for a full 24 hours.
Okay, and was it just on that day?
It began Wednesday evening about 4:45, 5 o'clock, and we continued it through about 5:30 the following day, so we got a full 24 hours and a little extra.
Okay. So did you do any on the weekend?
We did not.
And just so I understand, so what was the traffic volumes, let's say between, 5 and 7, if people were coming home or to and from work?
Sure, I have what we looked at as the through volume, so this would be people who did not stop within that section of Lander Street or use the parking lot. In the 5 o'clock to, it was 4:45 to 5:45, which represents the typical commute peak,
Right.
31 vehicles went through there.
Okay, so in the morning AM peak hours, how many vehicles went through?
In grand total, I believe it was, through trips was 7.
In the morning?
Pardon me, 7 in the morning. And I just misspoke on the PM. I apologize. I believe it was 11. 7, I'll break it down for you. I apologize. 7 between 7:30 and 8:30 a.m. 11 between 2:45 and 3:45, the afternoon school peak period, and 7 between 5 and 6 p.m.
Okay. And then Garrett, I have a question for you, because when Dave asked you about the kind of next steps, which is to improve the parking in the park and the playground, et cetera, I understood that those would not be conditions to do those things unless you came to an agreement on the purchase. It has nothing to do with this abandonment.
Thank you for the question. So, like I mentioned, there's kind of two places where those improvements could be, I guess, plugged in. Yes, kind of step 2, phase 2, if you will. If we purchase the west side, the east side, then yes, as consideration, we can do these improvements. I also mentioned, and it was mentioned by staff, that maybe in that license agreement for the long-term use of the park, that maybe in there, instead of a cash value that they've been paying historically, maybe there's some improvements that could be done in kind, for use of the park long-term. But again, that would be negotiated with your staff and obviously with you and your colleagues.
Okay. So right now, the way it is proposed, it would be on the purchase unless we put it in the license agreement.
Correct. That's kind of conceptually how we've been talking about it.
Okay. And then I have a question for Dan. As I understand your proposal, what we would do is take think this is in Mr. Gordon's letter. It would be condition number 1. And then presumably that's the only thing we would approve. And then that would include staff coming back to us with some kind of a license agreement that includes the sidewalk easement, so it keeps it open for pedestrian and bicycles. And the other thing that I would add is maybe they could put in the drop-in or drop-off zones as part of that proposal, so that we would know, at least the neighborhood would know, how that would work. So is that correct? That's the only thing you're suggesting is we go with number 1?
That's exactly right. Because this goes on to say in bullet points 2 and 3 about the abandonment, and they have to come back and get all the approvals. And I really think that's premature. We asked about the conditions of use. Mr. Gordon talked about conditions of use, and other council people asked me, are they going to put the improvements in? The improvements aren't going to come right now. I think it needs to go a little more specificity, because I listened to you talk when answering the questions, and again, I hear we'd like to, maybe we could, et cetera. Those aren't definite enough for me. So again, I think everybody has a good position. Mr. Alonso, would you like to comment on that, please?
Yeah, again, Alfredo Alonso, I can add that specificity. I think that the overall plan, I think, is very specific. It entails the need to purchase the other side of Lander. For us, it's critical that we control the street. And the reason I say it's critical is because, again, we have security issues that are constantly on our doorstep with respect to the park. It happens to be inherent with where we're situated. We are landlocked. The children will be crossing every day, so the street obviously is an important factor. The idea of blocking the street long-term and only blocking the street is frankly get us halfway there, because again, there's nothing nefarious here. There's no idea, or there's no promise no chance that there's going to be additional expansion into the park. The idea is that we want to fix the park. We want to add to the park, and ultimately keep that street area as a safe zone. You've heard that the traffic counts are so low that frankly there's not going to be any effect. The pedestrian traffic will continue, the bike traffic will continue, and in the end, the city and the neighborhood wins because of the added investment into that park. And I can tell you that the plan is right now very specific, that would be a grassy, campus-like setting, where the equipment will go, et cetera. I don't know at this point. Obviously, people are working that out. But I can tell you there's no chance that will be anything other than an addition to the park in all reality. And it'll be a school during the weekdays and a thoroughfare for the pedestrian and bike traffic the rest of the time.
I guess I just need to repeat, you and I have been going over this point for 3 weeks, and I don't think the community's ready yet to have that abandoned. I think it belongs, the street, that part of the street belongs to the city, and I think that there's some more goodwill that you have to do. I guess I'm like the Apostle Thomas, I'm doubting. I hear you, I believe you, but I'm doubting what can be done, and so you just said you need to control the other side of the street. And I think there's opposition enough right now to say that that's not what we're looking for in the neighborhood. Now, we may be looking for, with some goodwill, and as we go on down the line, but I don't know that you need to, I understand what you're saying in terms of the approving the basketball courts, putting the grass in and doing those kind of things, but right now, that part of the street does not belong to anybody but the citizens. Traffic count is low, I understand that. That's why I recommend that blocking off the street. I think, very honestly and I get a little emotional about myself, but I think it's been a haphazard job of blocking the street, and people have been allowed to go through there. Okay, fine. You need to step that up, because I think that the community is saying, we believe you in the safety. We just don't know how much you want to go and whether we're comfortable with doing that and taking it. And I think that will be additional meetings in front of council and with, again, the neighborhood, and saying, okay, we understand where they're going. We think that is the betterment of all of us. Right now, I think there's some supposition that it might not be for the betterment of all of us. And that's why I personally don't want to approve the abandonment, but I want to do everything I can to make the children safe. And I think the neighborhood feels that you know, if it's a little bit of inconvenience, and if it's 100 cars a day, whatever that is, in some people's mind, you know, that's 100%. Personally, going down Lander Street is a pain to me because you get to Mount Rose, it's 15 miles an hour. Every block has a stop sign on it. So I understand people saying it's important to them, but I much would prefer to go down Arlington or Plymouth because it's a straight shot and I can get where I'm going a little quicker. I don't have to go past the speed limit to get there because it's 30 miles an hour now in Arlington since we've made it 2 lanes with a center turn lane. So I don't want to judge that. Those people think it's important to them, but so do I until we come to some meeting. And that's what I said earlier about the 2 ladies said, you know, they weren't opposed to it, but they need more reassurance of how it's going to benefit them and how it's going to benefit the community. So thank you.
Mr. Dortch.
Yeah, and Dan, I guess my question is, my understanding is if we approve this today, that abandonment doesn't take place at all until they meet these conditions.
That's right.
And really, I think that's kind of what you're saying is that they need to do these things. They need to go through and have these additional meetings. They need to negotiate some of this stuff, and the devil's going to be in the details as we move through this. And at the end of the day, you might not get the abandonment.
Mr. Mayor,
I'm sorry, I wasn't clear about that. That's what I'm trying to say.
again, and that's, I think we're all in agreement here. I think that the application before you and the conditions attached do exactly that. We're not changing anything if you approve this, if you approve the staff report with the addendum today. There will be a significant amount of time and hearings to get to where we want to be, and we have to deliver, obviously, and we have to deliver with respect to the discussions and cooperation of the neighbors. That includes drop-offs.
And that's where I'm going, Dan. Is
Yeah.
The abandonment's not going to take place until they work out these details, and it's got to come back to us. This just gets the ball moving for them to start this process of even negotiating the long-term agreement with the park, negotiating the purchase of the other. I mean, they have to do all of those things for this abandonment to take place. And we will have approvals along the way that have to come before us. And if any time we say no, the abandonment goes away. So
Correct.
I guess, I think that's where, I hear you saying that's where you want to get, but it wasn't, the way you're proposing it doesn't get us there.
Okay, what I'm saying is I'm not going to approve the abandonment right now, but when I hear things about this, it needs to control the other side of the street, I think that's the message that the community doesn't want to hear right now. They want to know your ultimate plan, but we want to work step by step to get there. So if we approve the abandonment, and I need to say also, because Councilman Dortch is right, it needs our approvals, but it also could have our denials. I mean, there's 2 sides to that coin.
Absolutely.
Correct.
So I don't have a problem going ahead and approving that, considering and making sure that the neighborhood understands that there's still a lot of hoops that need to be completed. This is not a fait accompli. This is not done that the school is going to own that street if we go ahead today. And you're nodding, yes, that's exactly what it is.
Mr. Mayor, that's exactly how I understand it.
And I would assume that the neighborhood would be involved in all these discussions as you've tried to include them up to this point before it comes back to us. I mean, I think what they're asking for today is to get that ball moving, let them have the other meetings, let them try and work through the details on this, and bring it back to us. I mean, that's really, that's the way I took it.
Okay.
Well, what I understood Dan's comment or suggestion was go with 1, which gives them the immediate relief. Then, because the other conditions of approval include a bunch of agreements we haven't seen yet.
Right.
That why don't you just package it and bring it back to council, because I would like to see the license agreement that now incorporates the next steps. I would like to see staff address this issue of the special use permit and where that parking is going to go. So what I understood Mr. Guston's comment was he wasn't opposed to the abandonment, he just wanted to see everything back before him. Right. But in the meantime, at least give the applicant condition number 1, which gives them the ability to close down the streets.
Right. But I think, here's what I'm saying, though, is as it's proposed to us, that's exactly what it does. Right. The abandonment is conditioned upon all of these things happening and coming back to us. And if anything doesn't happen, then they don't get the abandonment.
Then what's the big deal with waiting?
Yeah, exactly.
Because if they don't get the abandonment until we approve the agreements, let's look at the agreements and then make it one, let's do the abandonment and approve it right away.
I guess it.
Do all of it once, is what I understood Mr. Guston's comments. And if I mischaracterized that,
No, you're
then-
not, you're not. It's just, there are a lot of issues on the table. As I said earlier, there's emotional on both sides of it. And I don't want to be emotional about it, but I think that there are still, the safety of the children is the paramount point. And condition 1 gets us there. I think there's still a lot of angst on both sides of the issue, certainly with the neighborhood, and I think that needs still to be worked out before I grant an abandonment. And I know that I'm granting, yes, come forward. I'm granting you the opportunity to go forward for the abandonment.
Right.
I'm not granting the abandonment.
No, that's not your motion, is to abandon. That's,
No, it is
Well,
not.
yeah, that's fine.
You go ahead,
Yeah, I mean,
Garrett. Yes.
what I would note is, the reason why we came up with this process, in all honesty, is that we wanted to put some tough conditions there that under code, you have to meet the conditions within a year, or else we have to come back for an extension. So one, we have a time frame to get these items done. 2, we had to postpone this hearing 3 times to work out conditions. If to go through a parking agreement with the neighbors is to go through all these other issues, which we want to do, it's going to take a significant amount of time. Why we're here today is asking you of, if you approve the abandonment with all these conditions, we've put in there specifically council approval for parking agreement, council approval for license agreement, Parks and Rec Commission review of both agreements, neighborhood review and comment on all those agreements. Today, we just wanted step 1 to get a list of things we have to do. Then we want to go do them. And we'll certainly, as Councilman Dort said, if at any point in the process you don't like the parking agreement, you don't like the license agreement, then we failed. But at least we know the rules we're playing by going forward.
Okay, I tell you, I am not comfortable with that. I just going to tell you, I would, if it comes to a motion, approve number 1 in the addendum that handed to us by staff. And I will tell you this also, just so it's clarified and on the record. I don't know how many weeks ago it was, Mr. Thomas, but I talked to you about telling you this was the direction that I thought was compatible. Would you come forward, please, just for a minute? I thought this direction was compatible because I had real angst about closing the street, and maybe there was a way that both the community and the school could benefit from this, and then we could go farther down the line about this. I didn't have the specific hours. You put that together. You did the work together with the applicant. So that's where this, at least number 1 came from. The other 2 and 3 I did not discuss with you, correct?
That's correct. For the record,
Identify
Bill
yourself,
Thomas,
yeah.
Community Development Director. Condition number 1 really does maintain the status quo, which is, I think, what our discussion was. How do we make sure it's safe for the children while not making the permanent decision to abandon it? I think what I'm understanding from discussion by council is that what we really need to do is move forward with number 1, and I think we need to give Our Lady of Snow some direction that if they can do the balance of these, then they would have an opportunity to come back and talk about the abandonment. Because I think that's where you bring forward the instrument that says, here's our promises and here's what we're going to do. As Councilman Haschef was saying, that's where we'd have the agreement details. I know it's not what they're looking for because I think they want the abandonment right now, but I think that's how you get to where you want to go, which is go ahead and close the street down, come back later when you've worked out the details of the long-term plan.
Now, be careful. When you say close the street down, for school hours.
For school hours,
That's what we're talking about.
That's
and,
correct.
and make the barricades whatever they are at the end of the street.
Whatever they choose to do to close
Exactly. And that's what we talked about.
That's correct.
And going forward. And I know that's not exactly what you want, but I think we're taking a step forward. And not only they come back to council, but they come back to the neighborhood again. You know who these people are now. They've come up and had enough gumption to testify about what they believe in. And I see, with a rare exception, the ability for some of these people to say, okay, I think there is a way we can work on this as long as the safety is preserved and there's some flexibility for us going north and south on that street. Whether it eventually is closed off or not, it's not a big deal to go up and go around on Walker, but that's correct. I think that's what we're looking for. At least that's what I'm looking for today. Now, if other council people want to do a little bit more than that, then that's fine.
Mr. Gordon? When do you intend to do these parking improvements?
To do the
If we're
park,
going to close the street off, when are you going to do those? Immediately?
absolutely,
Restriping them?
absolutely.
So we close the street off from 7:30 till 4:30 or whatever it is. You'll go ahead and do the restriping and the parking lots you've talked about and
Yes,
all
sir.
that stuff. And make a design for a drop-off center because we're not going to have any more double parking and things like that because that's very dangerous. We had Roy Gom School had the same thing for a while, and we had to put 2 or 3 motorcycles out there to take care of that. So we're having this problem. Let's get the parking and the drop zones defined right now and add them to Mr. Guston's motion, and we'll go from there, and then the abandonment would come back at a later time for us.
I think I understand you, and I'm in
Put your
agreement
map
that.
up and I'll tell you. Make it real clear for you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You got a number up there that says 13?
Yes.
You're going to restripe that parking lot to 13 immediately.
That parking lot is already striped, but it's private property. Our plan was to open it up to the public if
Immediately.
necessary to accommodate overflow soccer traffic.
I would love for you to do that immediately down where you got, is that 35 or 135? 35.
35.
I'd like to see that opened up to the public. I'd like to see where you have 29, that be. I'd like to see that side street over there restriped the way you have, and also show a dropout, a pull-out, and something if you have to take a couple of spaces working out with the city, but have some dropout spaces in there so people can do that.
So we'll work with your, if I'm hearing correctly, we'll work with your staff to incorporate this into an agreement to come back to you in the future?
I'd like to see these restriped immediately of what you're talking about with Mr. Guston closing the street Monday through Friday. And I'd like to see those drop zones immediately, working out with staff or something so you got the drop zones.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question on that, though? Because under Dan's proposal, it'd be during school hours. Do we have soccer play during, or recreational play during school hours?
I don't care. I want those striping.
Okay.
Well, I think, Mr. Mayor, though, I think that takes away part of their negotiating power as they
Oh,
start
they'll
working
have
through-
negotiating power. They can use it for negotiating power. They can make drop zones. And you're talking about paint and stuff. You're not talking about concrete. So I don't think it hurts a thing.
Well, but the challenge, though, for them is if they come back and work out a lot of the details that I think they've got some challenges with, but if they work out some of these other details, and you've already had them do these things, these other things, and then all of a sudden everyone's going, but now you're losing 26 spaces, you've got to do additional?
No, because they'll already do them right now.
Well, but there could be, by that time, there could be at least 3 or 4 new members to this council that aren't tied to that agreement.
Well,
I think they can bank those spaces.
Well, and to clarify, I think the gymnasium parking spaces, we can certainly, get a bid and look at improving that lot immediately. As far as the spaces that are on our property now, I've met with some council already, and we have to do some kind of indemnity agreement, given it's on private property, public property. So I'm all up for, working with your staff to come up with a plan to do it. I just can't do it overnight. There's some hurdles to get through.
I'm not trying to take away negotiating points, but I think it'd be a show of good faith if you'd do those and this parking over there, work it out with the city so you can put those stripes on that one street there and make a drop-off zone in both areas for during the school hours.
We'll certainly work with your staff and come back to you in the future with a proposed plan. Absolutely.
And Dwight, we could take those away by restriping it ourselves. We don't have to wait for them to restripe those, so that could be solved. Dan, will you clarify something for me? You keep talking about number 1. I don't know if everybody knows what you mean by number 1.
I was just told by the city attorney, yes, I'm referring to a memorandum that was distributed sometime after 5 o'clock on Tuesday, or was it Monday night? Monday night, up to Monday night. Do you have a copy of that, Councilman?
I want to make sure I have the right one. Is it the one that says Lander Street between Walker and Monroe shall be closed during the hours of 7:30 and?
Yes, bullet point 1, 2/3 of the way down the page?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So that's what would be a condition, but isn't that what we have? I mean, that's what we have now.
We have it now, but it hasn't been enforced, and I don't think it has been, from my observation of it, it hasn't been to the point where the school has taken hold of that and as their own testimony said, they had a rope up at one time, but people
Right.
removed it and going through.
So
It
my,
needs to be a
my
more
question on
definite
number one,
structure.
is that worded properly here that says that they shall close it off so that they're responsible to make sure it does, or is it up to their option to close it or let people through, or, you know, what works? Because I don't know how that works with ours, just like their attorney said, indemnification. If we say you're supposed to close it and they don't, and someone goes through and hits someone on a public street, how does that work out? But just general comments, I think it seems to me that it's which one comes first. Everybody's working toward the same goal, but what do you do first? It's, do you trust us first, then we do this? And I thought that the halfway abandonment was the halfway, we'll trust you with these conditions, and it was the working out toward getting that way on the public-private partnership. The other issue for me is sort of interesting. People don't like change, but I wonder what the traffic would be like there if the junior high was still there. One of the commenters said, you know, the school is getting too big for the area. There used to be a junior high school across the street.
Billinghurst, yeah.
And so when most of those houses were built, they were built next door to a junior high school. And there's two different people there. Some people lived there when the houses were built, and that's what they bought, next to a junior high school. And then some people just moved in, they bought next to a park. So there's those issues there. I think the overall part of this, whether we abandon it or not, there's issues that have to be dealt with on the drop-offs and the parking. And this is at least bringing that to the surface. But it's the timing, I think we're all here at the same place. It's just the timing. What should we do first? I'm a little bit with Dwight, is if we do the abandonment and there's these requirements that are there, if they don't do the requirements, they don't get the abandonment. Then you talk about the next step of purchasing the rest of it. But it's your war.
Okay, okay.
You want to answer,
Mr. Mayor, I wrote a note to myself for our future agenda item later today for items for future agenda items. I think that this discussion today is demonstrating that we may need to kind of look at how we approve fields, flat fields for soccer and other facilities in our community. We've got a similar situation that exists in multiple locations around the city where we don't have adequate parking for a service that we're providing, a flat field. So I'm wondering how much of this lack of parking and need for parking was really generated by the city however many years ago, and I was a Billinghurst student too, back in the late 60s and early 70s when there was a whole lot less traffic. But I'm wondering how much of this we actually generated with putting soccer fields in that location. Did we have adequate parking for it? And are we kind of sharing that responsibility now with the neighboring school and church? Are we making them responsible for potentially, I don't know this, but are we sharing the burden with them for providing parking for our own facility, something that maybe we should have addressed when we approved that? No different than the parking issues that we have at some city parks where we have inadequate parking for the park facility or other soccer fields. One that I can think of, and council has certainly heard about it, out at DePoli Middle School in the South Meadows area. So I'm thinking we may need to look at our own parking requirements for our own facilities in the future.
Sharon, I think you took a step on that this morning. The problem isn't lack of parking at our facilities, it's we don't have enough facilities. That's the problem. If this was truly a neighborhood field like it was originally, but it's become more of a magnet.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Did you want me to make a motion before somebody graduates from the school? I'm sorry. No, I just, you know what? The discussion's all good, and I'm glad that you people came and stayed for it, and I appreciate that. And we, as you can see, 7 of us have 7 somewhat different opinions, and we work things out because we do it for, we think that it's the betterment of the community, and that's what we're trying to do. So to explain again, and so legal staff is aware, the motion I'm going to make has details in the memorandum that was presented to us on February 6th in the afternoon, and Councilman Hastiaf said what I believe, and I think I would move to go ahead and approve item 1, Lander Street between Walker Avenue and Monroe Street shall, underline shall, I think the mayor made a great point about that, be closed during the hours of 7:30 to 4 or whatever period of time. I'll leave a little latitude there. The presentation was 4:30. If that needs to be, and the staff thinks that's the right thing to do, on all weekdays, school hours, in parentheses, OLS, Our Lady of Snow, shall have exclusive use of abandoned area during the school hours and shall have the right to install blockades or barriers during this time so long as the sidewalk and the easterly side of Lander Street remains open for the public pedestrian and bicycle use. Also, I would request that the pickup and drop-off and the striping the mayor talked about be part of this approval, that you don't have to do it tomorrow, but I think that will go a long way. Once you do that, the parking, the striping, and the pickup and drop-off, I think the community will see, because the people talked about that today, about the problems with double parking and how it wasn't going to work. I think once you do that and demonstrate, we'll be on down the road to where you want to go, and we may get there. I don't know if we will or not, whether the community will say, you know what, they really are doing the right thing. Maybe our knee-jerk reaction was a little too terse to start with. Maybe they won't. I don't know. But as part of this motion, I would ask you to do the striping, and also figure out how you're going to have the pickup and drop-off areas for the safety of the kids and for the betterment of that community that resides right around there.
I'll go ahead and second the motion, at least for purposes of the discussion. What I understood your motion to be basically provides some compromise and says, look, if you want to have an abandonment, then bring back these other agreements. And since we're not moving, assuming we're not moving forward with the abandonment, then I presumably staff would come back to us with some formal agreement that basically picks up condition. We'll have the drop-off zones in the document so everybody knows exactly what's going on.
Correct. We'll work with Parks, Recreation, and Public Works to come up with whatever agreement we need to come to and bring it back and make sure that all of those issues are addressed without going through the abandonment at this time. And if they choose to come forward with that later, then we'll address it at that time.
Thank you, Councilman Hash. I should have added to that, because that's what we're talking about, is we both said we want to see what the next plan is and how that's going to unfold. So you're going to come back to us with that.
Sure, we'll bring that back to you.
And that'll be obviously available on the website or whatever, however, Mr. Gordon, that you're going to disseminate that within the community. I'm pointing at you, and I don't know if you want the city to do that, or you're going to be the lead, or Mr. Fuchs is going to be the lead in the community there, so they're aware of what we're trying to do also. And again, you know, there's nothing like conversation and communication. It makes the eventual outcome a lot better.
And your motion is they shall close it off, and when they close it off, they will have a drop-off space designated and designed?
Yes, pickup and drop-off spaces will be designed by them to accommodate the parents and the students coming to and from school.
And I think that's important, Mr. Mayor, because that seems to be the conflict with the vehicles in and out of the school during those peak times. So that would be good to know.
And I'd also like to add that that would be the approval also of Public Works, since the street isn't being abandoned. We would need to run it through them.
Absolutely.
To make sure it works with them.
Yeah, have them sign off on it.
Please.
And Mr. City Manager, I know we have a couple of motorcycle cops around town with all the double parking that we had to do out on Roygom, where they were stacking out in lanes and stuff. Why don't you see if you can have a couple officers drive by every now and then? All right, any other motion? Any other discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to go ahead and support the motion, but I will say for the record that I am in favor of moving forward with the process and see on the abandonment. I don't have an issue with that, because what can I say? After 11 years, lessons learned on abandonments.
Yep.
And I think we learned the lesson, and I think, Councilman Gustin, you bring up some great concerns. The Mill Street one comes to mind. But I'm actually, I would be in favor of moving forward because what the application process does is allow that finding of material injury. And so what I can see based on the evidence we heard today, there isn't none with the park as far as a thoroughfare for traffic. Where I see the injury coming into place would be the parking, the loss of parking. And I think that's why we need to go through the process. It sounds like the church is willing to offer parking and those types of things. So I'm going to support the motion. However, I would support moving forward also with the abandonment request, because that way we find out and they have to meet those conditions. In addition to that, I think on the, the east side, I went out there, those basketball courts are horrible disrepair. I guess I'm on a park kick lately. But, I mean, they need to be fixed. So we've got, the city doesn't have the funds to do that. I mean, we've got some serious issues out there on a park that's really been totally utilized that really needs new basketball courts and some other equipment. So I think going through this process, if we would allow the process to go forward today and come up with those conditions, like I said, the lessons learned on the Mill Street one and some others that we did in First Street here. So I can totally understand, Councilman Guston, where you're coming from. I just think that's why this process is a little different, that we have to make sure that those findings are met before we can do the approval. And I think the neighborhood has legitimate concerns over the parking and what they're saying.
And I think you and Councilman Dortch are saying the same thing to move it forward. I'm a little hesitant to move it right now because I've been burned once before, and no disparity to Mr. Gordon or Mr. Alonso at all. I think you are good-spirited people and going to do what you're going to do, but I'd like this process to work itself out and staff bring it back to us.
Ms. Edgar?
Just one comment. Ashley Hunslinger, I want to thank you for coming today. I hope this was a good learning experience for you, and that you didn't shake your head too many times wondering, what are they even thinking? I really hope it was a good learning experience, and you shared some good information with us.
She got out of school, Sharon.
Yeah, I know.
School or this, I don't know.
No, I'd rather go to school. Ashley, call me next time. I'll take your place in school and you come here.
No, you don't want him. If there are any tests, don't call him.
All right, I have a motion. I have a second on the floor. Any discussion? Mr. Dortch.
Yeah, just to kind of echo what Jessica had to say. I mean, I'll support the motion, but reluctantly, because really the motion does nothing. It just says we're status quo. I mean, we're going to continue to do what we've been doing as far as the street's going to be closed. I know they opened it up to do the traffic study, but really what we're doing today is saying we're just going to continue on where we were. And I think by approving what the staff was proposing, actually says, look, there are a lot of issues in this, but we're willing to take you down this road as long as you can accomplish these things throughout the process and get to this point. Again, as I said earlier, there's no guarantee that we were going to get there, but at least it gave them some assurances that if they did this, and this, they would get there. As long as we had approval on each part of the process. So that kind of provided the protection of not getting burned. But again, I mean, really all the motion does today is say we're going to continue exactly where we're at today.
Well, not exactly.
I don't agree with
because
that.
we get the spacing, we get the striping, and they get the exclusive use. They don't even have a written agreement with council right now. They just don't.
But operationally, it works the same way. I mean, they've been using it that way. So, I mean, functionally, there's no change.
Could you call for the vote, Mr. Mayor?
Any further discussion? Have a motion second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 5-minute break. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, I'll send those to you tomorrow morning.
I've got you deep in the heart of me.
Of the Reno City Council, and we'll move on to item, there was. Item D1 is a presentation and update by Worth Group Architects regarding the enhancements to the National Bowling Stadium.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and
Please, go ahead.
Can I pull item E10 and hear it with this one, since they're related?
Absolutely, because that's the one I had a question about on that anyway, so.
We can get them both done now?
That'd be great.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
I've got about an hour-and-a-half presentation here for you to go through
Okay.
all the specifics of the building. I know that you want to be time-sensitive to be right in at 6 o'clock, so if that works for you guys.
Works for me.
Okay. So, Johnny Lightning, 5 minutes. We'll keep
Apparently
it short
get paid
and
by
brief.
the hour, don't you?
Yes, and I've been sitting here since noon.
I already asked how much it cost us for the last.
Yeah. What I have for you today is kind of run you through the things that we've been doing here for the last couple months. as we've been going through and we've been working on both the museum project and the overall feasibility of the building, the negotiations with the USBC, we've kind of broken the project down now into time frames. There's certain obligations that the city would like to have put together for the USBC to get these things within 2012 through 13, 14, 15. And all of this has been in relationship with the contract negotiations with what's going on there. Go ahead. So what we're looking at and what we've broken it down into is what projects can happen in the off time between each year that there's a tournament going on. Phase 1 this year is going to be putting the Hall of Fame Museum in 2013. The idea would be to replace the restaurant on the ground level and get the 11 lanes and those areas going in there, and then also put in the new LED scoreboard systems. 2014, you can see working on the squad room and then actually changing out the main lanes. And then in 2015 and 16, as part of the negotiations, 15 or 16 was going to be a dark year, so it gave them the opportunity to kind of push through a little bit more construction. And so ultimately, all the things that have been discussed and being requested is with the idea of kind of working it all the way through 2016. This also goes within the revenue that's being captured with the $2 assessment. So then the scope of work is always going to be with what has money available as well. So phase 1, 2012. This is currently what we have out to bid. Bids have come in, and this is for the museum on the lower level. What we've taken over is the old Pendleton area and the storage space. Been able to go through and gut the whole thing and get it set up to where the museum will now reside in there. As we worked with the USBC, these were the 6 items that we ultimately ended up for the context and the story of the museum, working especially with what is women's influence, bowling history, science and technology, the tournament play, international, and then the beer teams. What this is being set up for is 3 of these will actually end up being more of a permanent display, something that with the intention that'll be there for 3, 4, 5, 6 years. The other ones are set up to be more of a rotating display. This way, after a year or two, they've always got some fresh materials and things coming in. The USBC has about 5,000 articles to work with, and so we're going to be able to change some of these things out and get things set up that way. The big focus and the ones that we want to maintain for quite a while will be the women's influence, the bowling history, and the tournament play. The international, the beer teams, and the science and technologies are the ones that will probably rotate out first. So here we've got some views of what's going on with the museum. You can see in the background there were the portraits from the Hall of Fame inductees, both the men's and the women's. We have the 150 plaques for the women and the 75 plaques for the men's. Those are all current and existing and what's in storage down in Arlington right now. You see the display cases on each side. And with those, that's where the memorabilia and those will be going. They are 2-sided, so they can be switched out and moved around with what's going on, and then also just to create the circulation to get people to wander around in the space. This is where we've gone through. You can see in the upper left-hand corner what the original oil portraits are and the men's plaques, so that's what's going to be going around the room. This is set up to be to where they're by a year. That way we can start on one side of the room and continue on. So if there is any future inductees, we can continue on by year. If we were going to go through and do it alphabetically, then we'd be trying to put people in place. But this way, chronologically, then it still has the opportunity to keep growing. More shots of what's going on with the interiors. What you're looking at here is the specialty feature. Well, that's much better over there. That is basically just a simple sculpture that is being made out of bowling pins, just something to where it's very static at the top and then with movement and things down across the bottom. Once again, just some more images. Also, what you're seeing on the backgrounds of the display cases, there's a lot of memorabilia and parts and pieces that are fragile items that really don't lend itself well to being on display. So a number of these things we're going through and we're scanning them, and we're going to be blowing them up and putting them on as backdrop or collectible items on here, so the actual articles aren't going to be on display. From the original tournaments back in the 30s and 40s, there's a lot of handwritten scorecards, and then there's a bunch of handwritten memorabilia from back then that just isn't going to last very long if it's on a display, and it really needs to be kind of kept in a cool, dark area. So being able to reproduce a lot of that stuff, then we can get it on display. And then what you're seeing here off to the left, which is kind of the Center Street side of things, part of what we've got is these small cubes for moving displays. This area is set up to be more multi-purpose, multi-function. This way, if the tournaments want to come in and they want to have a satellite registration area, you want to be able to move these cubes out and put vendors in there, or you want to be able to put any other type of artwork or display. These can be moved around. It's also being set up for the Bowling Hall of Fame that's existing in Arlington, that they want to be able to advertise and promote some of their services and what they have going on for a museum. So a couple of those cubes would be used for those guys as well. So from here, the schedule, what's happened so far in the museum, back on the 12th, the project went out to bid. We've gone through. Bids came in on the 27th, and as you have before you today, to go through and go ahead and approve those bids. It's ultimately set up for construction to start on the 20th, continuing on through the early April. Actually having all the memorabilia and those pieces would be installed starting on the 9th, and then Friday the 13th everything would be completed, and then with the opening of everything happening on the 14th. Kind of hit that kind of quick, but that's kind of the insight of what's going on with the museum, and I've got some more stuff to talk about with the rest of the building, but I'll kind of take a gasp for air if you guys have any questions or if you
Where's
something.
the registration desk now?
Permanently, the registration desk for USBC requested that it does remain on the 4th floor, but they like the opportunity to use that museum area to where they're starting to look at and investigate the opportunities of satellite kiosk check-in. So people who have already registered online can just walk in, punch some things in, and get the registration completed. But they still want to maintain the full service up there on the 4th floor.
Okay. So we're not going to be blocking the windows on Center Street and stuff like that was done at one time? Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Since you're the architect, and I missed the meeting the other day, and my colleague has already chastised me for missing the meeting, I want to tell you I'm very disappointed in your original estimates when we were talking and what the contract came in. If these type of things, I think you need to do some value engineering on this because this thing is about $250,000 over budget as far as I'm concerned. But I love it. I'm going ahead and prove it so we can get going and we can get it and so we can get these contracts signed. But I think your team's got to sharpen their pencil when we're negotiating and stuff, and whether it's with the contractor or your estimates. I don't want to miss it that much anymore.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, we did actually have that discussion at the committee meeting last week, and it was pretty clearly identified, same thing, hugely disappointed that it would come in at a much higher number. They've already identified some things that they can modify and actually take out to help bring the cost down. And the expectation is that while we're looking for the approval at that increased rate, the expectation, and they heard that message clearly, is you won't be spending that. You'll get it down.
I have a question maybe for you, Dwight.
Yeah. Just real quick, guys, there was more to this presentation if you wanted to see it. All it was just showing what the next couple phases were. Just if you want to see.
Well, I think you've done a great job, and I like it. I just
No,
expect you to be a
and
little tougher.
I too, and I'll speak that I'm rather disappointed and shocked all at the same time of how some of the numbers translated. There was a couple items on there that we had originally intended to be alternates, not part of the base bid. We've taken care of those things. But trust me, we are very aware of, where this needs to be, and we've already taken steps for the past week to ensure that it's heading in that direction.
Thank you very much.
Go ahead, why don't you finish the presentation?
I was going to say, if there's anything else on the museum. So the rest of it is to working through the remainder of the years. On phase 2, what has been looked at is to now start working with what was originally Ruby's, the restaurant space. There's been a tremendous amount of requests and insight as to how to get additional lanes into the building. They will serve a number of purposes. One is as additional tournament space for doing side tournaments, practicing, educational things, all these things that are happening during the tournament itself, whether it's the full-blown tournaments or some of the smaller ones. This can be used for areas for warm-up. This can be used for areas for side competitions. And those are the ways that the tournament is looking at. For the RSCVA, this gives them a great space that when it's not a tournament, they have an area that can continue being leased out or rented. There's a number of times right now to where they have events and functions that come in that use the lanes up above, but at that point in time, they have to open up the entire building. This will give them the opportunity to handle smaller crowds, smaller events, and do some private events in here without having to operate and use the entire building all at once. This will be set up to where it's got the 11 lanes. One of them will be specifically dedicated for use as a instructional and demonstration lane only. So mainly there's just going to be the 10 lanes that will be used all the time. The 11th lane basically replaces lane 81 that's up there on the 4th level right now. So by moving that down below, then that really opens a lot more square footage for more things to happen up above. Go ahead and switch to the next one. So what this is really going to be is it's going to be a hybrid of a tournament and a social environment. If any of you have been to the Lucky Strikes or the Hollywood Bowls, you kind of understand that there's a little bit more of a social aspect to it. Not that far, going to be kind of toned down a little bit to where it's not, that far out with what you're seeing on the images, but those are some places that are out there. So, like I said, it's kind of going to the combination of things. As part of that, phase 2 is also the replacement of all the existing screens. There's some discussions right now with YESCO on what these systems can be, and LED panels. There's lease opportunities, there's purchasing opportunities, so there's a lot of things that are being looked at with this as well. So those are the two main things that are going to happen in phase 2 in line for 2013. So for and that schedule would be tournament starts in February of 2013. So basically working it backwards, time frame for construction, time frame for bidding, and time frame for getting through the design services and figuring out what's going to happen for the construction documents. Phase 3, what's been identified so far is working on rebuilding the squad room, getting it for a larger capacity to where there can be more bowlers back there getting ready, reworking the restrooms, get those in better shape, a little bit more storage. So this right now is about 9,000 square feet of services to get that area cleaned up, and then also coming back in and just doing the lane replacement. This isn't the full-blown replacement of everything, it's just resurfacing the wood areas and getting those back up to speed as well. Along with a lot of this is also items that have been identified by the city as capital improvement projects. There's going to be some roof repairs that need to be done, some electrical things, some mechanical things. So within all of these is going to be putting together the strategy as to what improvements to the building need to be taken care of, as well as making these improvements to the services and what's the bowlers are using themselves. So 2015, 2016 is where a majority of the work starts to happen, starting to look at the enclosure of the south end, whether Plaza Street is abandoned or it's still maintained as a thoroughfare is being discussed. A new freight elevator coming in, and these are kind of the main things plan-wise that's happening for the lower levels. And then going up to the 4th floor is really where the big portion of the work starts to happen. And you can understand when you start to see all this color popping up on there, so much area is affected that in order to get through construction, there needs to be a fair amount of downtime to go ahead and take care of these areas. So we're talking about pulling the existing stadium seating out, the restrooms and those service areas to really open up the floor. That helps both USBC with more expanded area for vendors, gives them more rentable service for having goods and services being sold during the tournament. RSCVA side, they get more ballroom space, convention meeting space can happen in those areas as well. And then starting to rework the stadium club to get that set up to be more user-friendly. People can actually get to it, and that becomes your main hub for providing food and beverage services. Downscaled and downsized offices for our CVA, and then ultimately still reworking the pro shop, introducing the new area for the USBC retail, and then you can see here on the 4th floor as well as where all the registration becomes and gets a permanent home. And so a lot of that stuff just within the timing of it, and then also what's going to happen with the exteriors is a lot of what's going on with the remainder of the building. So moving forward with the feasibility study, what we're starting to do now is we're gathering that information, that is the cost of some of the capital improvement things that need to happen to the building. Like I said, there's some mechanical, electrical, roofing issues. There's some things that just to take care of the building that need to be identified. So along with that, and then with each one of these projects now going through and identifying what are the allowances, what are the budgets, what, the city's working on right now is what will be the revenue that's generated over the next 4 or 5 years in order to, to pay for some of this stuff. So there's going to be some moving and shifting and calculating to get some of those things, as well as now starting to really work with what does that mean for the exterior of the building and what are the costs associated with that. And I believe that's, so here from the inside, you can see some of the existing pictures. The one in the lower left, you can really see how tight that is down at the bottom between where the bowling seating area, circulation, and service areas. So that's one of the ones to where it's been requested to move that back, open it up about 7 to 10 feet. So that really helps out with the circulation of the bowling. The stadium the seating that you see in there goes away. And then most of the stuff that you're seeing there on that right-hand photo, everything to the left all opens up, and it really becomes one big area. So really what you're seeing from the, the right-hand side of your screen to the left-hand side of your screen now just becomes one big open area. And I think that was it. So hopefully I Johnny lightening that one enough for you to where it's you understand what's going on.
Any questions about this proposal? So, Dwight, just tell me on the ground floor changes, where are we with the baseball agreement and their option on the ground floor? Did we solve that problem?
I don't know if Jonathan's around or not, but according to Jonathan, their option is up in April.
Yeah, John Shipman for the record. Again, there's been discussions with baseball. Yeah, talking to Jerry, he's indicated that he was willing to come to some sort of accommodation. They don't necessarily have the same view of what their rights in the area are that the city has. So we're still trying to work that through.
Where are they at on this thing? I mean, am I looking at a lawsuit that's going to happen in April?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
What do they think that they have rights to?
Well, again, what their position is that because, well, the city tendered a lease, they haven't signed it, and their position is because we haven't signed it, that it gets extended a day. For every day that we haven't signed it, it gets extended. So their development time hasn't started on that.
Well, they're saying their development time hasn't even started.
Yeah.
Don't you think that's something we should resolve? I mean, okay. And then my other question just also goes down to item E10. How much do we have in this account, Dwight?
Robert Chisel, Finance Director for the City of Reno. Currently, we have about $983,000 in the capital surcharge. That has been collections through December of this year. You have to remember that the first month, the collection didn't start July until halfway through the month. So that's a little less than half a year's worth of
And we also
revenue.
allocated some for the stuff going on at the, I just want to make sure we didn't overspend that.
Currently, right now, we have allocated $110,000 for the architectural contract. We have tentatively approved, potentially will approve $300,000 for the city center. That's another item that's coming on. And then this contract is $619,000. That comes to a total of $1,030,400. And so we're overcommitted by $46,000. But none of the contracts will, some of those, such as the RTC City Center, won't take place until the end of the month, in which case
We're
we'll
bringing
get
in more money.
and
Okay.
we should
That's
get
all-
over
I just wanna make sure
100,000
that we're
in,
there,
so
so-
we'll be good. So we have plenty of cash right now.
Okay. That's all questions I have.
Mr. Mayor, I'll move to approve E10. Move to approve staff's recommendation. The only change is that we change the amount to award to United Construction Company in an amount not to exceed $619,500, which is the base bid, correct? Okay. So that would be the change to that.
What changes in that base bid, Dwight, from the 638? Is that something you don't want? I mean, could we say up to, and the committee could decide whether to add that?
Well, no, we've already, this is what the committee recommended
Okay.
too.
Okay.
So the committee. Yeah, they're
Okay.
thinking it's going to get down to about 5, I think, hopefully.
Okay, I just want to make sure you got.
But we had to approve the base bid because that's what went out. But then they're already working on some deduct change orders. So to get it down, they're trying to get it down to the 5.
And this is only for Phase 1, correct, of the first floor, which is the existing offices in the conference room?
Correct.
Has nothing to do with Phase 2?
No.
That would come back to us, correct?
Right.
So that's my motion.
You got a second? Mr. Isaac, you want to go ahead and finish up?
Oh, yes, sir. Okay, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We're on the consent agenda, I think, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Any items you want to pull for discussion?
E9 for me, Mr. Mayor.
C9?
E9.
E9? E8? E7. Any others to pull for discussion? Chair will entertain a motion to approve all others. Have a motion, second?
Second.
Have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item E7.
Yes.
The-
Location of this property?
We haven't identified, or for the record, this is Krista Lee. We haven't identified a property. We just recently released a request for letters of interest. We received 4, so staff will be working to select a developer, and we'll work with the developer to select a property.
So, and this has to be a vacant piece, right?
There's a few different criteria. It can be vacant. It can be can have code issues, significant code issues. It can be tax delinquent or foreclosed.
And it has to be for the purpose of housing, correct?
Correct.
I mean, I don't know if council wants to identify areas. This is for NSP 3.
We actually have areas already identified in our HUD action plan.
Was that Wells? There were 4 different areas, right?
Yeah, for NSP 3, the boundaries are Wells, Stewart, Kitsky, and Plum. That's the NSP 3 area, and then there's several locations up on the north end of town for the NSP 1 funding.
Okay. So this we're just going out there to get the bids?
To get a developer who's willing to do the type of project that we're wanting, which is for very low income populations. The NSP 1 is reserved for single family up to 4 units, and then the NSP 3 is 5 or more units.
5 or more units. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Motion?
I'll go ahead and move for approval.
Have motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. E8.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is just for public reference that the Ward 2 South NAB continues, as both of the central NABs do, to reallocate their funds that we give them to city parks and needs. And they've contributed now $8,200 today for use in our parks and to help with like MIT supplies, as well as graffiti removal and anti-graffiti coating in the parks in Ward 2. So it's just hats off to them to continue to allocate the money to city causes.
Motion?
Move to approve.
Have motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item E10.
10. I'm sorry, 9, I'm sorry.
9, E9.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I just want to put on the record and make sure that this is in here, that when we sell this is going to go to the overall RTC District, RCT District 2 fund and not allotted to any particular project. With that, I'll make that motion.
Have motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. All right, now we will go to item F1. Madam Secretary of all the noted.
We did that.
You want to do it again?
Oh, Lord. Oh. We can get it, can't we get another motion or something? Or we have plenty of time till 6.
Yeah.
Ordinance introduction, adoptions, item G1.
This is ordinance number 6222, an ordinance to amend Title 4 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Business License Code by adding Chapter 4.05 entitled Mobile Vending Units in its entirety and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Okay, before I take a motion, Elena, Deer? D-I-O-R, door, Deer?
Elvira Diaz, for the
Oh,
record.
yeah, all right.
Sorry about. I came last meeting for other issues. I'm a Latino person, and I'm already educated how this system work. And after I left this meeting, and I see a lot of vendors here, they call me, and they're like, don't understand how the system works, so they were not able to testify for themselves. So they're getting organized as a United Food Truck of Nevada. And today I want to, if it's possible, to request like 6-month period before you accept this, to get them organized, to reduce the hours before they can do all the time. Many of them, they're going to just really lose their, the way of living, because that's the only income they have. Other, they need to kind of locate other areas so they can, make a living. So it's going to take time for them, and they're willing to kind of organize themselves to kind of go talk to you guys so you understand their testimonies, how is this food vending is how it works. Initially, to my knowledge, was just two local business in Wells that were affected, but the mobile unit already moved. So I just want to request time for 6 months. Right now, I have 3 units owner here, and they just need to learn the process. It's so hard to just, they don't understand the system, the language, how to advocate for themselves. And I'm just asking for 6 months or some period of time so I can organize them and help them to do this better, so for the good of everybody.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure I understood, because we had the hearings, what was it, last week, losing my time, 2 weeks ago. You want the hours to be extended longer?
No, I want to, supposed to be, this needs to be 4 hours, right?
Yes, we made a compromise. I believe it was 3, and the council adopted 4 hours.
4 hours, yes.
So, and you guys want to go longer than the 4
Yeah,
hours?
we
Is
don't
that-
want to this change until just some period, like in 6 months, not like doing for today 4 hours, because they will lose, maybe half of them will lose their way of living. More time, I mean, I'm just thinking about 6 months, or 3 months, some time for them.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
these 4 hours
ask you a
in one
question?
location.
Can I ask you a question, because you weren't here last week? What would be the justification for past the 4 hours? Because then I think council was trying to be accommodating, so, because we do have people invest a lot of money in the brick and mortar buildings, and so I think that's why the council compromised. I mean, it's supposed to be a mobile food vending operation, and so we heard from staff. Why do you guys need longer than the 4 hours?
Just to make this profitable, because they used to be like no restrictions on time. Now it's going to be restrictions, so they need time to locate another venue, in this venue 4 hours, move to another 4 hours, or do something else to make their living. So if you implement this right now, they will not going to be able, many of them are going to be able to survive, and also many of them were not able to testify because they didn't know the system.
That's why I'm asking you these questions
Yes,
about
yes.
Longer than the 4 hours. So, Mr. Mayor, maybe we can have staff address that again for them,
Mr. Woodley?
because since they weren't able to make
Thank
it
you.
last week.
Thank
Yes, Your Honor, and Council, Alex Woodley, Code Enforcement Manager for the City of Reno. We did have a specific meeting specifically for the Latino owners of the businesses, and I had a meeting. I met with them for over 2 hours, and the meeting was conducted in Spanish, and we went over the entire ordinance line by line. As many of you know, I am bilingual, so I did speak with them. We did have representatives of Nevada Hispanic Services and Hispanic representation from the Chamber of Commerce that was there in the meeting, and the discussion went on for a significant period of time, as I stated before, more than 2 hours. With regards to the act, the hours, we met back in December, and we provided them the opportunity to provide any inputs from December till today's date. They had one representative. Unfortunately, the group kind of got scattered amongst themselves and went with another representative, and today, as you can see, this is a third representative that you have before you. My understanding is that they do want more time. 4 hours seems to staff to be a significant, adequate amount of time. As I stated before in the record, in Southern Nevada, the hour limitation is 30 minutes. in Clark County in Las Vegas. But we did take into consideration, as they stated, that the population in Las Vegas area was a lot more concentrated. They had more ability to make revenue in that half hour, maybe equivalent to 2 hours here, 3 hours, what have you. But we did go with 4 hours. Council was very generous in giving them 4 hours. The staff was recommending 3, initially 2. With regards to finding other establishments, other areas to locate, right now, currently, we have a lot of vacant commercial properties within the city, as many of us know. Staff finds it hard to believe that they wouldn't be able to find new places where they can park for 4 hours. If you figure just 2 locations, that gives you 8 hours. A standard, typical restaurant is only open 4 or 5 hours, maybe some 6 hours to provide for lunch and dinner. Typically, restaurants are closed by 9 p.m. We understand that they do have business after those hours, which is why we provided a venue in there that they had the ability to be in 24-hour areas and locate at such locations. So staff wasn't able to quantify, and they weren't able to prove that there would be a significant economical burden for if they were not able to exist longer than 4 hours. As a matter of fact, one of the explanations that they gave us was that it would take them an hour or 2 hours to actually start seeing clientele, to which our response initially was, maybe don't get there 2 hours prior to when you normally would see your clientele, but rather get there during that time that your clientele would exist.
Okay.
Got that in the record. We did have a full process, and I think staff, I feel reluctant now because we've already gone through the process of changing anything. As you know, we had all the vendors down here last week, and Alex spent quite a bit of time going through it, and that was the compromise reached. So I'm not comfortable with, at this point, doing it.
Anna Felix, did you wish to speak? No. Okay.
They want, I think she wants longer hours.
She's wanting longer, doesn't say, but I think she's wanting longer hours. Oscar Vincenti wants longer hours. And then Villa Gomez wants longer hours, does not wish to speak. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. Just information, pursuant to the charter, the City Council has to adopt or reject an ordinance within 45 days of publication, or else you're starting the entire process over again.
Right. Okay.
Just a quick question. So is it your testimony that the folks that you represent were not represented at all of these public meetings that we had?
They went to the meetings, but they didn't understand the process. They didn't know they can come here 3 minutes. Remember the meeting that we have right now? We have about 18 residents talking their points. They didn't know the system. You know, they're not used to come to the city of Reno. So they feel like they didn't have the testimony. They didn't feel like they, the story of the situation. So that's why I'm asking about 6 months or some period of time. I didn't know about the rule of 45, but the one, and Alex did an excellent job, but he's not community organizer. He doesn't know how to organize them for them to get,
But what about the representative that represented the Hispanic community? Did he or she not communicate that we were going through this public process to get everybody's
The Spanish
input?
service did a good job trying to help them. They're not community organizers. They didn't know how to organize in them. And they're, I've been already with 2 meetings with them. We're doing step 1, 2, little by little. So they go ahead with their business without losing the business, just changing the locations or changing the way they do business. They need a little more time. That's all I'm asking.
But y'all you had a representative here.
Yes.
Representing everybody that day.
Yes.
And
talking about the Latino community is very challenging. I'm just letting you know, it's not that simple. I mean, I know it's, maybe for you guys it's easy. For us, a big, we need a little more time. That's why I'm asking about 6 months. It is possible for the decision, if it's possible. I don't know if I know I'm too late. I just came last time for other issue, and I stay here, listen to them, and I was like, oh my God, and they reached me out, and I start organizing them, and they have the same president. They haven't changed anything, but they don't know the system. Right. So I hate to lose, 10 families with no income,
Understood. What, if we continue this for 2 weeks, would we be outside the 45-day period?
Tracy Chase, Reno City Attorney's Office. If the clerk could provide the date of publication, I don't have that information, that would be
Alex, do you see a
determined.
downside continuing? I mean, obviously, we're not going to do it for 6 months because nobody wants to restart the process. But, I mean, if there are people that want to come, I guess, say their piece, I guess they could do that by the next meeting if we continue this.
So my understanding is the only reason why they're asking for no more time is maybe to have the ability to come here and ask for more than 4 hours. My understanding is they want 6 to 8 hours.
I see, okay.
So from our perspective, we are not going to change our point of view and our recommendation.
Okay.
I just can't support this. We've had the hearings, we had other people come in. They were represented by one group, then they got rid of that representative and got another group. And so they all agreed to it the day we were here. And they all agreed it with Alex.
Yeah, and even if we adopt the ordinance, that doesn't stop anybody coming to council and you know, within public comment, just telling us what their concerns are, and we can direct staff to go back and make adjustments if we think it's appropriate.
Yes, sir. And for the record, again, Alex Woodley, Code Enforcement Manager. Yes, sir. And that's exactly what I expressed to them. Okay. I told them, give us at least 6 months if you want to be able to make a point. To make your point, maybe give it 6 months to be able to measure whatever concerns you have, and then come back in 6 months during public comment. And then at that time, we too would have the ability to see what we see out there and measure the benefits or any detriment to the business, and have the ability to address it at that time.
All right.
All right, any other questions, Mr. Guston?
Just to comment, obviously what the lady's talking about and the people she represents is a financial concern. We have approved this. We are going to approve it if we vote on it today. So we don't want people to fail, obviously. That's not, it doesn't do us any good, but it is a mobile service, and I think that if we go ahead and approve it today, and as has just been stated, then you're giving the information, if you accumulate the information, ma'am, of what these vendors are making or not making, and give us substantial reason why that the 4 hours doesn't work, we'll at least consider it. The other side of that is that it is a vending service, and it's supposed to be mobile. That may not be in your eyes long enough, 4 hours, but we have to take both sides into consideration. The people have a permanent business and a vending business. So I empathize with you because I don't want anybody to go out of business because they can't make it, but listening to Mr. Woodley, I don't know that we have the facts right now and the information to say, well, if it's 5.5 hours, it makes a difference, where that cutting line is in terms of your profitability. And I think you're going to have to be a little more succinct about that, and we certainly will listen anytime in the interim.
Yes.
So we want to help you succeed, but I don't know that we can just automatically expand the time based on all the premises we went through before. So thanks for bringing it for us. I don't know that we can do anything for you today, but you're alerted now as to what these people need and what you need. If you get it back to us, we'll go from there.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor,
Thank you for the opportunity.
for the record, I think the clerk has whether or not we'd be outside the 45 days.
It was published January 18th, so if you postponed it till the 22nd, you'd be within 45 days.
Well, if we take it until the 22nd, now we got to invite everybody back here for another public hearing. I would just, as it goes along, see how it goes, work with Alex, document it, and let's go ahead. If we need to make changes, we can bring them up and make changes in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We don't want to hurt anybody.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Somebody give me a motion on item G1. Do you need to read an ordinance? She did? Oh, okay. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item G2.
Mr. Mayor, this is ordinance number 6223, an ordinance to amend Title V of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Privilege Licenses, Permits and Franchises by amending Chapter 5.08 entitled Antiques, Collectibles, Pawnbrokers, Secondhand Dealers in its entirety and providing other matters properly relating thereto.
Have a motion, second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. At this time, we'll go to, L1. I1.
Mr. Mayor,
Mr.
this
Thompson.
is This is Bill number 6787, an ordinance to amend Title 12, Chapter 12.6 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Public Works and Utilities, Chapter 12.16, Sewer Service, Division 6, Billing, Collections, and Enforcement of the Sewer User Charges by amending Section 12.16.395, Appeals to the Administrative Hearing Officer, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Second.
Have a motion second. All in favor, say aye. Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Guston's made a request that we go back to F1. I'm ruling him out of order.
Thanks for the request, though.
Yes. No, you don't get to go home.
No, he can't go to church anymore, but
All right, let's see. We're not going to do J2 again either. Item J4.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. For the record, Cadence Matievich, Director of Government Affairs. Before you today with an item to accomplish a number of things with respect to a city charter committee. Pursuant to your direction late last year, you requested staff come back with an item to create a charter review committee, and so we are here looking for your approval to do that today and some components that would relate thereto. If you are to create such a committee, staff's recommendation would be that you name no more than 7 persons to that committee. And as it just so would happen, as we collected our last applications late yesterday, we have had 7 members of the public submit applications, and I believe that the city clerk provided you with a packet of those applications today. So that recommendation on the number of persons is anticipating that we will need to have.
could I ask you a question?
Certainly, Councilman.
Just looking at it, I guess it's Chioka, is that the gentleman's name? No, he's in Ward 1. Lonnie Feemster's in Ward 3, is that correct? Oh, okay. Jim Nadeau, just so I'd get a look at where the wards.
Ward 1.
Ward 1. Dick Scott.
Ward 2.
2. Ed Hawkins is Ward 4. Kimberly Greenman.
Ms. Greenman also lives outside of the city limits. She's a Washoe County resident.
Okay, and Darren Georgeson? Okay.
Ward 1.
Okay, so you have 5 people that live within the city of Reno.
Correct.
Yeah, I think we should continue to advertise and go ahead and appoint, because I want to do some outreach cadence to the Hispanic community, but I think that this board in particular, because it is changing the city of Reno charter, that I think it's important. I mean, I know we make exceptions for building enterprise and things like that, but I think that I would be in favor of appointing a few today, but I do want to make sure that the board is very diverse, though, too, fellow council members. So I just need to talk to a few folks. I'm sure we all have people we know, but maybe we limit it to 9 just in case.
And that's fine. And you want to go ahead and appoint the 5 that are now, and then
Yes,
we're at
and
Ward
can
3
you
and
give us
5?
those names? I'm sorry, what wards do we have again?
1, 2, 4.
Yeah.
Jim is in 1,
Yes.
Andrew's in 1, and
and
Darren.
Dick, and Ed Hawkins, okay.
And Dick Scott's in 2.
And Darren's in 1, so we have 2 from 1, 1 from 2.
No. 3 from 1.
Yeah.
So I'll move that we form the committee and appoint Andrew, I don't know how you say that last
Jim?
name.
Yeah.
Jim Nadeau, Dick Scott, Ed Hawkins, and Darren Georgeson.
Yeah, I'd second that.
And then we're going to open it up. Is that
Exactly.
part of your motion?
And continue to advertise
We'll have
to see if we have any
3 and
additional.
5. We need
Okay.
somebody from 3 and 5.
The other thing that they said was how many we should have. I agree, we could have no more than maybe 9.
So, yeah, so in my motion, I'd include that we have no more than 9 members.
Okay.
Exactly.
And maybe Dolores Feemster, I think, because she lives in Ward 4, we should, I'm sorry, Ward 3, so I can do some outreach to her and maybe Eduardo Bento. I wish the woman was here who is still here, could have appointed her. She's been pretty active, so.
I think we have her contact information. Council would be happy to reach out to her.
That'd be great.
Well, it's interesting, I mean, we don't have any women on this list yet, and I think minorities have to be here. I think it would be interesting if some of the candidates for this office would want to apply.
Yeah, I can ask Mr. Delgado.
You know,
That's a
just to
good
say,
idea.
is this something that interests you?
Yeah.
You should
It's
start
true.
working toward that.
I'm more interested in the diversity of the awards, first of all, than the
Right.
public. So that's what,
I agree.
I am.
Yeah, I just have one comment. I mean, we've had Lonnie Feemster here on several occasions. He has a wealth of information and knowledge serving with the NCAACP, and I know he lives in Washoe County, but it seems to me that he would be an asset to this committee, and that's just my opinion.
Yeah, and I just, Pierre, my thought is, I do think the people that are on this committee need to live in the city of Reno. That doesn't prevent him from coming to the meetings and providing input. But I just feel that it's the Reno charter, and I think it needs to include people in the city of Reno.
You know, I understand the argument. I just think he would be an asset, so, and I'll support the motion, but at least those are my comments.
Mr. Mayor, may I ask, does the council wish to indicate a deadline by which they would like to receive these additional applications? My reason for asking is we do have a bit of a short time frame, as
Yeah,
Councilwoman
that's
Zadra and I were just discussing. We're much shorter to our deadlines for submitting bill draft requests, which may be the ultimate outcome of the work of this charter, and so we're
By the
anxious to
22nd.
get busy.
By the end of the month?
By the 22nd.
Yeah, we'll get them. I'm
We should get everything
texting
in
a couple
by the
people
next
right
2
now.
weeks.
Tell them.
Don't we have a senator that's going to bring forward this thing? We're doing this because of a senator, so I don't think we have a problem with using one of our bill draft requests. But I understand. Now, can these 5, with this motion, can these 5 get started?
I would think they could get started.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
Good
we
idea.
could open it up. Okay.
And what's the deadline, by the 22nd or the end of the month, or what?
22nd.
Fine.
Next, gives
Two-
us
2
2
weeks.
weeks. You get the names, let's do that, we'll get it done.
Okay.
But go ahead and get them started that you already got.
Certainly will. Staff would seek your direction on a couple of other items related to this committee. Looking to have direction from the council as to if there are any specific areas of the charter that they wish to have this committee look at. Obviously, you've previously directed us to request that this committee bring you recommendation on the ballot question language related to the ward-only voting issue that we've visited on a number of occasions. It has been some time since the charter has been reviewed, and so it's staff recommendation at this point that that the entire charter reviewed, but wanted to inquire with the council if there were any particular articles or sections within those articles that the council wished to specifically request that the committee look at.
I think we leave it to them and bring it back. I know staff had our city manager, I'm sure, is going to be presenting some changes from a management standpoint to that committee. I mean, that's not uncommon considering that we haven't had our charter updated in quite some time. So I think getting input from the committee on as well would be helpful.
And then again, we had suggested in the staff report that we set a date of May 18th to have the committee conclude their work, finalize their recommendations, and that staff would bring back those recommendations to the council at your June 13th meeting for your consideration. At that point, which there are two methods by which the charter can be amended. The first would be through the bill draft request process through the legislature, and at that time we would seek council direction as to if any of these recommendations you wish to have put forward as advisory ballot questions, or if that time you wanted to just contemplate them, submitting them directly to the legislature as a BDR. And I anticipate that depending upon the nature of the changes, if they're procedural or maybe of greater interest to the larger community, that you'll make that determination. I would point out, Councilman Ayazi, you'd had some questions when we last talked about changes to the charter, and the city's attorney's office provided you with a memorandum. I do want to correct that they have, my interpretation on the initiative petition was incorrect, and they've provided that information to you, that it is not an initiative that the council would put forth, but it would be a citizen initiative, and that information was provided in that memorandum.
And maybe we should do some outreach to Cadence to Senator Leslie because of the bill draft request, and see if she has some interest or know somebody who's interested in serving on the committee as well.
Absolutely.
You know, I think there are some stuff I'd like to look at them just to clear stuff up. You know, there's one section in here that says that the mayor and councilman shall not hold any other elective office or employment with Washoe County or the city. It's sort of vague, and I don't really, people don't really know what that means, so that should be clarified. I think also the successorship of the mayor is vague. You know, when the mayor decides he's going to run for Congress, which he's told me he's going to do. Oh,
are you announcing today?
No, but there's two sections that says how the successorship goes, and that could be clarified, I think, in this language. I don't care which way it goes; it should just be clarified.
Yeah, because one part says the council appoints, another part talks about an election. So that's true. We could clean up the charter that way.
Happy to take that forward to them.
When are you announcing, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Addy
just did.
Oh, he announced, all right.
Mr. Addy has no clue what he's talking about.
You caught on.
All right. Chair has a motion and a second. Do I have any other discussion? All in favor?
Up to 9.
Up to 9.
Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item J5. Approval of the recharge statement of intent that was given to us.
Didn't we do that at the joint meeting?
Yeah, we did that at the joint. Boards and commission appointments. Building Enterprise Fund.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if we could hold off on this one, actually,
Okay.
not for this month, but in March, because this gentleman does live in Sparks, but I need a recommendation from the Building Enterprise Committee.
Okay.
They may make a motion to approve
Okay.
him, so.
Financial Advisory Board.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. And then reappoint Mark Markwell.
Okay.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Item B, Financial Advisory Board.
Yeah, the Financial Advisory Board recommends Kelly Langley, so I'll move for that appointment.
Have motion second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. North Valley's Neighborhood Advisory Board. Huh? Continue to advertise. Youth City Council.
Mr. Mayor, move to appoint Caitlin Decker.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries. Ward 2, South Neighborhood.
Tracy Huggins and reappoint David Kitchen.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Identification, Mayor, Council, future agenda items. Mr. Guston.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like a future agenda item to clarify. I know that, looking to see, Public Works was here, but Public Works did a lot of work on the Rosewood Wash and volunteered for people to cut some of the growth out there. And seeing that we've had 2 very disastrous fires, the Rosewood Wash could be the 3rd one if the wrong things happen. And I would like the a future agenda item to be where we take a look and have the Public Works Department, I'd see Mr. Flansburgh coming in right now, but take a look in the future, talking to the people at the Rosewood Wash. They have been very accommodating, helping moving when people cut some of that timber that's there and that undergrowth, the city picks it up. But we need to make sure that we're doing everything we can or coordinate with them, because as you know, that wash that comes down, if something happened there, we would have another unfortunate incident, and I think it's a time to do it now. We're all aware of what's going on.
Okay. Any other items?
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Edwards?
We've had this discussion several times, and I've actually started it saying we've had this discussion several times. For the revisit that I've asked for on the TOD and the land use fees, and I've just not heard anything back as to when we're going to see that. So my request is now that on our February 22nd meeting, we at least get a specific update on what will be done and when we will be getting that information back to us. So that would be one item.
Okay.
And then secondly, the item that I approached when we were having our F1 discussion today for just a history to be shared with us on how we do plan for parking at our recreational facilities.
Okay. Mr. Izzy?
Agenda item regarding the nonprofit business license fee. And I'm looking on our future agenda items, and I don't see it there. So I don't know when that was going to come back.
We'll have it on the 22nd. We'll put it on the 22nd agenda.
And then, Mr. Mayor, maybe the city manager can clarify, now that we resolved the RTC payment, maybe a presentation on how the city manager, his recommendations on how we should spend that money in light of what we did with Moana Ballpark.
Right.
So I would like to see staff kind of give us an update on where you think we should allocate the money, including the payment of the bonds at Rosewood, and then see if there's any money available for seed money for that Moana project.
Okay. Any other items? All right, any liaison reports?
A heads up for staff, and not for next agenda, but for March, I'd like something on for Nevada League of Cities, and need some research there, like what our dues are, what we're getting out of the organization. So I just want to give Cadence some time, but March timeline would be good because we're going to go into budget workshops. So there's just some expenditures that have been made, so I'm not sure if we've gotten all the information back yet on that, but certainly would like that to come on a future agenda.
Okay. Any liaison reports? Mr. Guston, Zadru, Surprise, anything else? Mr. Dorch, Mr. Isaac, Mr. Ashep, any other reports of any professional meetings? Item L4, we've done that. 5, we've done. Item 6, discussion potential approval of a resolution, the allocation of proceeds from the Regional Transportation Commission. Ms. President.
I think based on Councilman Hashchef's agenda item for next week and just discussing with the city manager, he was going to bring forward, I believe, a proposal. So I'll go ahead and wait, Mr. Mayor, until next week on both of those agenda items to find out from staff what's being proposed, the debt on the golf course, things like that. So.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, it's just on that note, and it'll play into Pierre's agenda item too, is I almost think we need to treat that as a liability. I mean, since we do have the obligation to pay that back in the event they don't receive their permits from us.
Right.
I almost wonder if we need to set that aside.
Well, I think that's part of what the city manager is going to come back to us, as to
Exactly.
his thoughts, is how much we should be spending of it.
Yeah, if any.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we have the liability on the golf course regardless, so it's just if we pay that debt off.
We need to pay that off.
So if
Well,
we
but
pay
we wouldn't
that
have to
off,
pay that off though
So
until
are we
they
gonna
got their
talk about
permits.
that now or wait till it's agenda?
No.
Well, I mean, it's actually, you're
It
talking
is
about
on
the
agenda.
allocation
You're
of
right, you're right,
proceeds.
it's here.
I mean, it's talking here about the allocation of proceeds, and that's why.
You're right.
But, I mean, if, in the event that they didn't get their permits, they would have to get the full 7.5 back. So I don't think you can pay those bonds off until we know that they're through the process.
Well, it's a little bit tighter than that.
I think so.
It's,
too,
I'm not going to go into detail, but it's not just any permit. It was limited to certain permits.
Right, I understand. And they said that they would hopefully have that process done within the next 6 months. So,
Well,
mean-
that's what he's going to report back to us next, or 2 weeks from now, and we
Right.
can go through that, and we can talk about it. Mr.
Did we set a new date for our retreat?
Yes.
Would this, and I'll ask Pierre, would this be a better discussion sort of in that? It sounds like we're going to have a lot of, better than at this table, at the retreat. I'll just throw that out there.
Yeah, the only reason I wanted to know sooner than later is because if the recommendation is to pay off the bonds, the sooner we know that, the better. I mean, I can wait. We're not
Let's
talking
bring
about.
it on the 22nd, and we can discuss it at the
Exactly,
retreat.
exactly. We don't have, we just hear the
All right,
recommendation.
so you're going to pull 6 and 6-1. Item L7, Ms. Zadrup.
Resolution number 7661, resolution donating $500 to the Safe and Sober Foundation for their Safe and Sober Grad Night program and activities.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Item L8.
In light of the county moving forward with its dissolution and divorce for the joint fire operations that we've had for the last, successfully had for the last 211 years, I'm reallocating the balance of the funds in my discretionary fund to our fire department to assist in any of the plans and operations. So we will be standing in good condition coming in July 1.
Okay, motion?
Could I throw
Oh, we already got
sticker
motions.
in that?
Huh?
If you do it before July 1st, the county gets a portion of that money.
Don't do it before July 1st.
They get their 25%. Unless you specifically do, you might want to think about it and bring it back next time.
Or an entitlement to
A specific thing maybe that you have in mind, but just general operation means it's in the budget.
Is that too significant of a change?
Why don't you just table it till continue toward the 22nd? All right, item L9.
That's what I'm here for.
For this to be on the agenda, I had a bunch of people ask me, and it's been on my Facebook, and gotten emails on what's going on with Earth Day this year. I didn't know if staff knows anything, so if they can give us an update. I don't know if it's a smaller version or, huh?
I heard it didn't count. The program.
EcoNet has gone.
Yeah, but is there plans to do something else? Because that's been a huge event for the community. I mean, there's a lot of people that go to that.
Yes, Julie Conway, Parks and Recreation Community Services Director. We did receive an application, and what we understand is Nevada Land Conservancy is going to underwrite it this year, and it's planned for McKinley in April. It's going to be quite a bit less of a event than it has been in the past, but they do plan to take care of it for this year. So that's the short answer. If you want more information from, we can provide that for you.
And the problem is, I've got the same things. Everybody says it was a great event for my business, but nobody wanted to organize it.
Yeah.
That's, the organizers fell through. So everybody thinks it's a great event, then anyone can step up and organize it.
Okay, I just wanted that update. So that's good to know on McKinley. If we could get the information, if I could get some, Julie, I'll put it up on my Facebook, let people know it's still going to happen. It's just going to be at McKinley.
How many good deeds you got to show me today? 3? Good. You got 3 minutes. I'm only kidding. Be nice to stretch our legs before 6.
I think I can do this pretty quickly. Chris Good from the City Manager's Office. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Manager. Couple of items of good news. The Northern Nevada Business Weekly reported the other day that California Avenue is a bright spot for retail in the region. I just turned to my wrong note. Quotes in the story include, stores look like they've weathered the economic storm better than most. Debbie Branby, the owner of the Cheese Board, said, it's the most diverse street in Reno, she said. It's an eclectic mix of businesses, restaurants, and small shops, including the Nevada Museum of Art. It's a bright spot in our retail economy, and so I thought that was worth pointing out, that we do have bright spots in our local retail economy, and California Avenue is among them. Understand.com, a local Reno company, was recently named Software Company of the Year. They're a global healthcare education company operating in 34 countries. Their headquarters is right down the street here off of Washington Street. They were named Software Company of the Year by Nevada's Center for Entrepreneurship and Technology. They have significantly enhanced the growth and prestige of the tech community in northern Nevada. What they do is they create 3D medical animations to train surgeons and other medical professionals on developing techniques. So this is a real breakthrough kind of stuff, and Reno, Nevada is the leading edge of this kind of 3D software. Software Company of the Year. Finally, I had to bring this one up because of that photograph of the little boy getting his hair cut there. This was Project Homeless Connect, which took place on January 31st. I should mention that Reno staffer Sharon Spangler took that photograph. Reno staffer Krista Lee led the way on this, and she devoted her own time her own skills and expertise toward putting this thing together. It's part of a national effort. This happened all across the country, but it took place here in Reno, and it was our largest event of its kind that we've ever really done. We brought services and resources to homeless people. 653 individuals were served by the event. 299 haircuts were provided. 122 individuals were provided vision gift cards. About 65 different agencies all participated, came down and brought the services to the homeless people, helped to get them back on their feet. And this included, as I say, 25 volunteers, the foremost of whom it was Krista Lee out of our Community Resources Department, management analyst. Reno Municipal Court had a table at the event to provide assistance to individuals with outstanding court issues. And the Community Resources Division, of course, also had a table at the event to provide housing assistance. So we reached out the helping hand and helped get people on their way through this process. Reno was part of this national effort. And with that, we're just three brief good news items for you this afternoon.
Very good. Thank you very much. Anybody got any questions or anything? All right. Now, an update, Chief. I know you wished I'd move you up on the calendar, and one of these days when you straighten up, I will.
For the record, Mike Hernandez, Reno Fire Chief. Staff is in receipt of a letter that we received from the Collin Ranch Homeowners Association, and they are asking that the city sit with the county to determine some type of path forward with respect to service delivery to the county portion of Collin Ranch. We received that yesterday. Fire staff will generate a reply back to the association explaining our position, and we will make ourselves available should they desire further representation. We continue to move forward with our deconsolidation plans. We're looking at modifying our dispatching protocols. We've identified a timeline for that. We continue to look for alternate locations in the south, in the southern part of the city, should we have the need to move out of the existing Station 14, which is in the Walmart parking lot. And with the exception of the Collin Ranch letter, there's been nothing of major significance to report from the last time that we reported. We continue to move in our separate directions.
I also talked to that head of that homeowners association. I told him it wasn't concerned about mutual aid or auto aid. It was about primary aid, and
correct.
He understood that a little better, but we need to, when you put that letter together, we need to explain the differences to them a little more, because they do not understand it, even though they were very tickled to death, Dave, that you guys and Sharon went out there. But some of them were still real confused.
And I'll make sure that council gets a copy of the reply.
Chief, can I ask on that letter, did they CC the county commissioners?
You know, I looked for that, sir, and I didn't see, I'm going to assume that they did, but I didn't see a CC line where they noted that they sent that to the county
I think
commissioner.
predominantly we should say, we've been trying to talk to the county, and we're open to talk with them, and they don't really want to meet with us about that. So I think that would be a big focus of what happens in that letter. And then, is the county still unwilling to talk to us about a longer-term lease on the property at the Home Depot, at the shopping center down south?
For the record, Mike Hernandez, we've had absolutely no discussions with the county with respect to leasing or even purchasing the existing Station 14 in the south.
I mean, they haven't had any discussion with us. We've been asking them and asking them.
That's correct.
And they refuse to talk to us about a long-term.
Yeah. To include employees, lateral transfers, leasing of Station 14, these are items that they just, they're not talking to us about yet.
And what do we pay a beginning firefighter in the city of Reno?
I'm going from the top of my head, but it's a loaded salaries just under $80,000.
So that's about $40 an hour, I think.
Correct.
I saw that the county had their advertisements up for firefighters. Their pay rate is, I think, $14 to $17 an hour is what they're requesting for a firefighter at the county level.
That's right.
And they took that down already. The time is over, so you can't go read those things. But I thought it was amazing. The same day they're giving everyone credit and thank you for saving all these houses for the fire is we're willing to pay you $14 an hour to do that job for us. It says $14 to $17 an hour. That's what it said.
Dave, what is the hourly wage now?
Well, I just asked. It's about $40 an hour to start at the city of Reno.
Okay, I got you.
That includes benefits,
Yes, sir.
right? Yeah. So if you had, on average, you'd add 35% to the 14, so it'd be probably around 21 or 22.
Could be. It's just
Chief, your men did an outstanding job in the Washoe Valley Fire. It's a good thing you had how many trucks did you have down there?
We threw everything we had at it. Within the first hour, we had somewhere between 8 and 12 apparatus on the fire. It was a challenge because the vice president was down and getting on the freeway was tough.
Right.
And we had a lot of dust storms that same day, so we were stretched pretty thin. But once the alarm came in and they upgraded the call, we threw everything we had at it. So.
Yeah, because you had some accidents you had to roll trucks on and
Yes, sir.
different things too, and so.
Not a good day.
Our people did a wonderful job, and they're to be commended. You're to be commended for the
Thank you.
staff and everything.
Good organization.
Great
Thank you, sir.
job. Any other questions? Chair's going to entertain one of the best motions I've had today.
no. No, I'll move to adjourn. Let's see what happens.
We do go to a recess. You're right.
Mr. Mayor, we're going to block the street so you can go to recess.
I'm going to gavel Mr. Guston out of line. We're in recess till the hour of 6 o'clock. The evening meeting on item N1. Mr. Hashoff.
Yeah, is Lori Ray in the audience?
Yes, Lori.
Yeah, I just called you. You and I, first of all, I want to make a disclosure, Mr. Mayor. I've met with Clear Channel, and I also met with Lori and Sue Smith yesterday, and obviously Lori's the appellant. When I met with you, Lori, what I had indicated is I was more inclined to continue this matter to a workshop with the council where we could devote time. This is what we used to do in the old days. This is obviously a major, substantial issue. And usually the workshop setting is much more conducive to kind of going through the code. So you're the appellant. I mean, as I understand, we're the applicant. So we can make the decision to continue or not. But I just wanted to, courtesy. Do you have any opposition to a continuance to a workshop?
We do. We want you to vote however you're going to vote. But we would like to take the opportunity tonight, since we've gotten people here, and we've also gotten probably 50 or 60 emails about this issue. And we would like to at least present our case to you. We don't feel like, we have had a workshop with the Planning Commission, and it was not, how do you say, positive for us. So we would like to make our case tonight, and if you want to take it to a workshop, at least you'll have our input.
Okay, you don't. I'm sorry. Sure. Go ahead. You can follow up. I was going to say, to me, rather than going through the public hearing process, why wouldn't we want to take your comments at a workshop where we can have a dialogue as opposed to 3 minutes and being within the structure of an appeal at a public hearing?
I do appreciate that and respect that, but I really feel like we want to go forward tonight.
Okay, so go ahead if you want to follow up.
Just to follow up, Lori, if I could, because you had sent me a great list of questions about all the questions, and I don't know if staff tonight, I mean, I would be certainly want to get the public comment, but I still have some questions regarding this as well. That's why Councilman Haschef, I think, trying to continue this and getting the input to your questions, I think, such as the spacing, whether billboards have to be brought into conformance, the land use issues, all those things that you brought up and Scenic Nevada did in the various emails that I've gotten. So, I mean, I think a workshop would be appropriate, certainly getting the public testimony, Mr. Mayor, but I think there's a lot of questions. This is a big decision, regardless if we're going to move forward or not. So getting all that input and the answers to all those questions, I think, would be helpful.
Can I ask you, why does this have to come up tonight? Why, before you noticed the meeting, couldn't you have figured out that you needed another workshop? Can I just ask you that respectfully?
Well, because we do everything under the open meeting law in the public setting. We can't go decide whether we want to continue it or not. In fact, we have to have that discussion. We have to have the discussion at the table tonight. It may or may not pass, but you're the appellant, so at least even though we're the applicant and we can make the decision, I at least wanted to get your thoughts on the record as to whether you thought that was a good idea or a bad idea, but ultimately the decision is ours.
Correct. We want to go forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Asher, if you want to make a motion for me?
Well, let me, I mean, I met with Mr. Frankovich, who represents Clear Channel. I mean, I'd like his comments on the record, too.
John Frankovich, represent Clear Channel. We would have no objection to this proceeding to a workshop. Our experience has been it's a better opportunity to answer questions, and if Mr. Fraza has questions that we haven't seen or heard before, if we could get them, we'd be in a better position to respond at that time, as would staff, I'm sure. So we certainly have no objection to deferring this to a workshop.
Yeah.
If we go to a workshop, we would have council members there, we would have Scenic Nevada, and we'd have the billboard.
Oh, yeah, everybody would be invited.
We'd all be there.
How many public comments do you have on the appellant side?
And Pierre, I mean, if we're going to a workshop, I'd much rather have the public comment at the workshop.
No, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that.
But they get, Ms. Ray gets 15 minutes, and we have 6 other people that want to speak.
All on the appellant side?
On the appellant, and we have 5 on the other side that are in favor of it.
Yeah, you know, ultimately you have another chance at the workshop to provide public comment. And I know, I mean, a lot of people are not familiar with the process, but the workshop is much more conducive than having a dialogue with people about this digital ordinance in a public hearing setting on an appeal. Not that it can't come back through the appeal process, but before council would make a decision on the appeal, we'd have the ability to sit down with folks and kind of work through the ordinance. So from my perspective, Mr. Mayor, and as I indicated to Lori yesterday, if you look at how much information we've been provided, I mean, we get our staff reports. I get mine on Friday for the most part, because that's when they're released to the general public. I mean, there are reports here from the Federal Highway Administration on the safety issues. I mean, we're all human up here trying to get through all of this information as reasonably possible, and we don't take this ordinance lightly, because it's been a long-term process. I think the public would be disserved if we try to make a decision tonight, not having, I don't know about other council members, but I mean, I've gotten through maybe half of this information based on what Scenic Nevada has submitted, as well as the appellants. So from my perspective, I think a continuance would serve the public better than an appeal process tonight, Mr. Mayor, so that would be my motion.
That's a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second, Mr. Mayor.
For
Can I
discussion?
just ask one thing? I mean, we do have all these people here tonight. I mean, to do the workshop, and Ms. Ray, you had sent me all that information yesterday on those questions, so I want to make sure that we have time to go through that and get all the answers to those questions. I think I agree with Councilman Hashcheff. We're making a huge decision here, and I don't want to have, I think those issues have to be addressed. But I think if there's people here to speak, Mr. Mayor, I'm not in opposition to hear the folks that are here.
We're going to take this motion, take action on it, and then I'm going to gavel for a 15-minute recess, then we'll come back in. All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion down here? Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I absolutely agree with Mr. Hashef. This is the information, not even the signatures and individual emails. This is the staff report information that we received on Friday to do, I believe, a responsible, justified analysis. You can go through it, and we have, but you can't go through it with the very detail that's necessary. I can absolutely appreciate that the individuals who have been to the three prior, I think it's been three, prior planning commission meetings, that you're getting kind of exhausted with the process as well. But it took 3 meetings for them to get through it, to anticipate that the council can make the best decision having 3 days to review this much information and not the opportunity to get all of its answers to questions that I also received from, I will disclose that I met with you, Lori, of course, and Sue last week, midweek, I think it was probably about Thursday. There's a lot of information I'm still looking for.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, now that in fairness to the public, if this motion carries, I think we should instruct anybody that wants to be part of the workshop, please make sure you fill out one of these comment cards we have so staff can notify you. And what I'll add to my motion, so we just don't delay this process, is that we would set the workshop within the next 30 days. Is that acceptable to everybody? We might even pick one of our off Wednesdays, because usually those days are, I think, free for most people.
In the evening?
Yeah, we can. In the old days, we used to do workshops starting at noon.
Right.
So, I mean, if that doesn't work for people, we could start towards 5 o'clock, so we allocate enough time to this, so we could go from 5 to 8 to 8:30, whatever it would be, so people could at least, if they have to work, could show up to the workshop, Mr. Mayor.
Right.
So that would be part of my motion. Please fill out your comment card so we can at least notify you, but we would reset this for a workshop within the next 30 days.
Okay, I have a motion and second on the floor. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those that oppose, no. Motion carries unanimously. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be in recess for about 15 minutes.
Lori.
Call the meeting back to order. Since item N1 has already been taken care of, we're in the public comment section. So people will be allowed 3 minutes to speak. Ossianor, Ossianor.
Good evening. My name is Ossianor. I'm from the Board of Directors of Scenic America. I'm also the Executive Director of Scenic Minnesota, and I'm doing a documentary called Chronicle of the Billboard Wars. And in the past 10 days, we've been in Phoenix, El Paso, Tucson, and Albuquerque. Over the past year, we've been in Tacoma, St. Petersburg. What's going on here tonight is going on everywhere in the country. Tacoma rejected an 8-to-1 trade-off, digitals, 1 digital for 8 conventional. They rejected it. St. Petersburg rejected about the same offer. No one has been offering a 1-to-1 trade down. That's way in excess of what's going on in other parts of the country. And it's even being rejected in other parts of the country with that kind of a trade down. So over the last 2 days, I've been very impressed with the scenic beauty of Reno. I've been very impressed with what's going on downtown with the river development, but I've been appalled with the amount of billboards that are already in place. And I'm noticing that, like a lot of businesses around here and a lot of homes, there's a lot of vacancy on the billboards. So I can't understand why you want to allow so many more. One digital billboard runs 8 times the ads every day, every minute, and continues to run it all hours of the night and flashing in people's windows and doors. There's a safety issue, which has been covered by Jerry Wachtel, and an issue, a letter was just sent to you today indicating the ways that he's been misquoted by Clear Channel, and he wanted to be here to set the record straight. So I'm just here to say that what happens in Reno doesn't necessarily stay in Reno. Everyone in the country is watching what goes on here. So it may be that you make judgments based on what you know right now, but those billboards are going to be there for 60 years perhaps, at least 20 or 30. So your grandchildren are going to see them. And particularly since at least 3 of you are lame ducks, and so the voters aren't going to get to make a judgment on how you vote on this, I think it should be almost an election issue next fall so the voters can truly weigh in and make it an election issue. Also, Clear Channel was taken private by Bain Capital. They're $20 billion in debt, and this is all public information. You wouldn't hire an employee who had a bad credit rating. Clear Channel is in awful shape. They've been running around close to bankruptcy for quite some time. They've got a balloon payment coming up of $8 billion, about $9 billion in 2015. So this is something you want to consider, because they may sell out, who knows, to Shanghai Outdoor. Those billboards are jumbotrons. They run video. You've seen it on your casinos. It would be a flip of the switch, and they would run video on them. So it's a decision that has to be carefully weighed.
Thank you for your input. Sandra Valley?
My name is Sandra Valle, and I'm a board member of Scenic Minnesota. And I want to read you parts of a letter from Jerry Wachtel that Oshan mentioned. The full letter was emailed to you today. My name is Jerry Wachtel. I am president of the Viridian Group in Berkeley, California. I regret that I am unable to be here today and hope that you will accept this letter as an accurate representation of what I would like to say to you in person. Since representatives of Clear Channel Outdoor have mentioned my name and my work, I wish to set the record straight regarding the misstatements that they have made. In addition, I want to provide you with some relevant information about digital billboards and traffic safety that Clear Channel will not provide you, or they will misrepresent. First, you should know that the statements made about me by Clear Channel are totally false. Worse, Clear Channel executives know that these statements are false because they have been corrected many times. I have conducted research in this field and served as an expert witness in matters of traffic safety for more than 30 years. In that time, I have written many articles which have been peer-reviewed and found to be uniformly excellent and based on sound scientific principles. Now, let me turn to what we know about digital billboards and driver distraction. In the past decade, literally dozens of scholarly, peer-reviewed papers have appeared all over the world that find unsafe levels of driver distraction caused by digital advertising signs. These published papers come from a wide variety of government and university researchers. Over the same period, only 2 groups have written articles that claim to show no adverse effects from digital advertising signs. Not surprisingly, these two groups have both been sponsored by the outdoor advertising industry, and the industry played a significant role in tailoring the author's words to suit their needs. Neither of these two studies has ever been published. There's no mystery as to why digital billboards distract drivers. The signs are twice as bright at night, dawn, and dusk than they should be or need to be. Their intermittent changing color and brightness draws the driver's attention to them at the expense of the roadway and its traffic. I stand ready to answer any questions that you have, and also to make available to you the peer review comments of my own work and that of the billboard industry. Thank you for your interest in this matter and for your consideration, Jerry Wachtel.
Thank you very much. Jackie Ford?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council, and all those in attendance tonight. My name is Jackie Ford, and I'm a citizen of here in Reno, and I am present here tonight in support of not having digital billboards because of the scientific results that have been proven. Proven studies have said that it's a huge distraction, and it's very terrible for drivers. It is just as bad to me as having a cell phone in your car or texting, which has just been outlawed. It took years for people to finally realize how dangerous it was. There's been many deaths. I don't want to see more deaths with the addition of additional digital billboards. I have nothing against free enterprise or corporations trying to make a profit. I am concerned about public safety, including my own and my children and the children of other friends of mine who have to grow up with this. They're distracted enough. I know this is the age of technology, and everybody's trying to get all high tech. Everybody's trying to reach more clients to make more money. But sound reasoning and sound intelligence, I'm not a scientist, but I have good common sense and intelligence enough to know that this is extremely a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you. John Hara? H-A-R-A?
Thanks for letting me speak. My name is John Hara, and what I wanted to do was, how does this work? What do I have to do?
She's going to do it for you.
Okay. Mike and Christy Harris own a small business here in Reno. Unfortunately, they had to leave once we moved over to the workshop. So I just wanted to present something that they might have said had they still been here. I am a small business owner as well, and I have perspective on these billboards in that they do not determine the economic success of an entire area. It's a myth. So are billboards good for business? This is where Mike and Christy live. They raised a family here, and this is where they opened up their business. And if you take a look here, it's a beautiful setting. What I'd like to point out here is this is what they put together over a period of several years. It's a lavender farm. It's a type of business, small business, that should be encouraged for a community such as Reno. And if you take a look at this business and you read this sign, what it talks about is weddings and events, parties like that. Be a beautiful setting for a business. Well, at least it was. Take a look at this. Same sign, same location. This is an egregious example of what happens when you allow billboard companies to determine your planning for your city. This billboard is pigeonholed into this little lot next to this small Lavender Ridge business, and they had to cantilever it over on that arm. It's practically overhanging their property. So how are you going to conduct weddings and events here? What the Harrises aren't able to talk about right now is that, because they don't know how many people who come by their Lavender Ridge farm to take a look at holding a wedding, how many of them walk away because they don't want to sit there underneath that billboard, which happens to be blank and has been for several months. So this is the final screen. Billboard profits for some businesses maybe, but definitely not for their business, not for Mike and Christie's business. This billboard has been blank for several months. At what point in time does this become blight? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mike Harris? Mike Harris? He left. Vic Williams?
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm Vic Williams. I've lived here since 1984. I would like to voice my opposition to digital billboards for 3 simple reasons. Number 1, we live in a screen-saturated society. We sit in front of them for hours on end, big and small, sometimes by necessity, sometimes by choice, like this. Once we step outdoors and get into our vehicles, we need to leave the screens behind. It's a quality of life issue. Number 2, there are plenty of ways to advertise via the many other screens in our lives. Number 3, I travel all over the United States, and there's already enough of an erroneous assumption that Reno is a suburb of Vegas and nothing but desolate desert. We who live here know better, and I do my best to push back at the false perceptions wherever I go. Why give credence to the ignorance with gaudy, distracting, energy-sucking signs? And why give much-needed visitors any reason to think, ugly, just as I thought, the moment they hit town? Thanks.
Thank you. Madeline Williams?
Hi, I'm Madeline Williams. I'm 14, but I'm going to turn 15 in a little over 2 weeks. And after that, I'm going to start learning how to drive. Learning how to drive is hard enough without having to worry about signs wherever I go, as distracting as the digital ones that are being advocated here. And I'd appreciate it if it would make me a little safer and a little easier for me to drive around town without all these billboards distracting me. I'm a 5th generation Nevadan, and I'd like to stay that way. But if this place is so scenic, I don't understand why it's necessary to blight that scenery with something as distracting and ugly as these billboards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Marilyn Milton?
I have stood many times at this microphone as various issues have been discussed. Once it was about green space by the river versus buildings. Then it was about the rise or fall of the Mapes Hotel. Again, I was here for many meetings about the design and use of the Mapes lot. And of course, many, many times about signage issues, including digital billboards. We seem to be in the habit of tackling each issue one at a time as it arrives on our doorstep. It is time now to stop framing each issue in a divisive manner and create a vision of an environment that we can all enjoy. A vision, if you will, that is friendly and inclusive to business owners, casinos, and residents alike, that immediately and visually defines us as a beautiful and welcoming community. Signage regulations are part of that vision and are a complement to the natural beauty that surrounds us. Santa Fe, New Mexico, Sun Valley, Idaho, Monterey, and Palo Alto, California, discovered that a long time ago, those cities do not allow digital billboards to distract from their natural surroundings. You might argue that we are not the high-end tourism destinations that they are. Well, why not? We are not Las Vegas either, and we don't want to be. So why do we continue to be the poor man's imitation of Las Vegas, supporting billboard companies that have little or no financial commitment to our state? As time passes, you and I will no longer be in these chambers. Our names will be forgotten, but the actions taken here will affect the people who arrive here every day, the people that come here from the east and west on Highway 80, the people who come from north and south on 395, and those who arrive at the airport, and all are awed at the stunning beauty of this valley. Whether they are tourists looking for an enjoyable experience, entrepreneurs with their families planning to start or move a business here, or longtime residents returning home, we who are here tonight should join together to create a blueprint for the future of Reno that matches the sun, the sky, and the mountains that surround us.
Thank you very much. Lori Ray.
Hi, my name is Lori Ray, and I'm a member of Scenic Nevada as well. I think that even if the motives here to reduce clutter on South Virginia Street is a fine one, but I think the ordinance that you were looking at was too high a price to pay. And I think that citywide will be inundated with these brightly lit and energy hogs that are intrusive, distracting to motorists, and a blight on our community. Also, the benefits of reducing clutter on South Virginia Street may evaporate if you can't force property owners in the future to cooperate. So you may not gain anything from attempting this ordinance. I wanted to show you a study out of Philadelphia. It's called Beyond Aesthetics: How Billboards Affect Economic Prosperity. We have a mixed-use zone, we have residential neighborhoods, we have neighborhood commercial with homes near it, by it. So I thought this was sort of pertinent. They asked 3 questions in this study. What impact do billboards have on real estate prices in the city of Philadelphia? What impact do billboards have on home value within census tracts in the city of Philadelphia? And what impact do billboard regulations have on median income, poverty rates, and vacancy rates in different cities in the United States? I think they looked at 20 of them. So the results were: properties located within 500 feet of a billboard have a decreased real estate value of $30,826. Additionally, homes located further than 500 feet but within a census tract community where billboards are present experience a decrease of $947 in value for every billboard in that census tract. Income for strict sign control cities is higher than that for non-strict cities. Furthermore, the home vacancy and poverty rates for strict control cities are lower. Having strict sign controls does not negatively impact the economic prosperity of a city. This was in Philadelphia. That might be one of the things that you could requisition at your workshop, is a study around here to see what it would be like. So we think that upholding the vote, the 2000 vote of the people, prohibiting new construction is the best way to reduce billboard clutter and protect our property values. Also, it will save Reno from resembling a little Las Vegas. So we think that you should stop allowing permits to be banked, stop allowing relocations, which really is just a euphemism for new billboard construction. Allow attrition to work, and that's how you'll reduce the clutter and save our property values. So vote no, and when you get to this workshop, think about these things. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Peter Newman.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, my name is Peter Newman. I just want to reiterate the comments made by my fellow Scenic Nevada members, and I just want to remind all of us that we're of Scenic Nevada, we are in this for the duration. I mean, we're never going to go away. We will never allow, to the best of our ability, the billboard industry to win this battle. And we have been fighting this battle for 15 or 20 years, and the reason we do it is because of the comments that have been made. We have nothing against the billboard industry per se, but we, like you and most of your constituents that you know and deal with every day, live here partly at least because we love Northern Nevada. We love the scenery. We tell our friends from back east to come out here to see the mountains and the grandeur and Lake Tahoe and all of these things that bring us here. And I can't prove it, but I think that does have an economic impact on this part of the country. I don't think people come here to see the billboards. And so it's not just that we're trying to fight this billboard industry because they're big and they're bullies, which they are, and they're billion-dollar bullies, and we know politically what we face. I mean, they have money and we don't. But I'm just here to tell you that we are very sincere about what our mission is, and we're never going to give up. And the people have voted on this. The Supreme Court has ruled on this, and what they're trying to do is basically rewrite the law, and we're not going to let them do it. And it's not because we're belligerent. It's just that we believe that that we want to live here. We don't want Las Vegas here. We want Northern Nevada. We want the Sierra. We want Lake Tahoe, and we want Reno to be part of that. And you can't be part of that when you're going around seeing these huge billboards that are flashing a million lights at you. When I go past these casinos on Virginia Street, like the Atlantis, I actually feel like I should put on dark glasses even at night because it's so blinding to me. Is that what we want? Or do we want something like Lori was talking about where we're more like Sun Valley or these areas or Aspen where people actually come here because it's really a neat place to be. The casino industry is not going to draw the people here 25 years from now. They're not really drawing a lot of people here now. That's a dying industry. And what is not dying is our scenery. And so I think we have to be long-term planners here. And people are not going to be coming here to play 21 30 years from now. They might be coming here to see the scenic part of America. And Reno can be part of that. So long-term planning, I hope you'll keep that in mind. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much. We have 7 people that are opposed, and they don't want to speak, but they will be entered into the record. Now we'll jump over to people that are in favor, that wish to speak. Ralph Durham. Yes.
Ralph has left, and on behalf of the folks in support of the ordinance, we'll defer comment until the workshop session.
Okay. Trey Abney.
I'll defer.
Don Richter. Linda Lott.
Good evening. I'm Linda Lott, and I have lived and worked in this community since 1970, so this is my community. As well, the last 10 years, I have run the National Multiple Sclerosis Society, and we are a 501c3 who really relies on letting the community know what we're doing to raise money for research and treatments for people with MS, and we serve over 1,400 people in this community. And it's because of the outdoor electronic billboards that we're able to advertise and promote a good cause in our community. And I think it needs to go on record that the outdoor companies such as Clear Channel really support the nonprofits in our area, and they help us by doing the electronic billboards. Without the electronic billboards, we do not have a way to advertise. We cannot do paper billboards because they're very expensive and we cannot afford them. So we are very grateful that we have the electronic opportunity. In fact, I have MS Walk on the billboards right now, and it helps us get people out in this community and make a difference, and I think that's important to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jim Newberg, did you wish to speak tonight or later? Is he still here? Okay. I have 8 people that are in favor. Their comments will be entered into the record. Have no others, so I'll close the public comment, bring it back to the table. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I know we're in public comment, but just one quick question, if I may, because I've gotten a lot of questions on this, maybe for Bill Thomas. There is some electronic billboards now within the city limits. Can you tell us why?
I believe the ones you're referring to are on-premise as far as digital, and not off-premise.
The majority
signs.
of them are on Indian land that I've seen.
Oh, okay.
For the record, that
Yeah,
it is.
there may be some that are on areas where we don't have jurisdiction, but most of the ones that I think people are familiar with are on-premise.
Yeah, Claudia, if you could
I'll let
just
Claudia.
answer that question, please.
Claudia Hansen, Planning and Engineering Manager. They are in Sparks or in Indian land, the off-prem.
Or tribal properties
Correct.
within the city limits. So we have nothing right now on the books that allows for digital billboards. Okay, thank you.
All right. Any motion to adjourn? Do I have a second? All in favor say aye. Those that oppose, no. This meeting's adjourned.